How far do you think? Not an ordinance. Okay, got it.
Folks, call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, will you please take the roll call?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Weddleton?
Here.
Ms. Zalatel?
Here.
Mr. Dunbar?
Here.
Ms. Kennedy?
Here.
Mr. Rivera?
Present.
Ms. LaFrance?
Here.
Mr. Peterson?
Present.
Mr. Constant?
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Here.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Here.
Mr. Dyson?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Constant, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, could I get a motion to approve the minutes of the previous meetings?
So moved.
Second.
I ask for unanimous consent on that motion. Does anyone oppose that motion? I'll wait a moment for the folks on the phone. Hearing no opposition, that is approved. Now it's time for the mayor's report. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to begin by letting you know that there's some clarification that's required because there's a bit of information that's passing through the public arena right now. The extension of the emergency proclamation to a time that ends when the state proclamation ends, which is in November, is entirely a separate matter than any discussion of the hunker down order or orders promulgated under that emergency proclamation. And frankly, I think that there's some confusion that has been stirred up by people who have some very base political motives. And under these circumstances, when people are trying to pull together as Alaskans and as Americans, that kind of partisan behavior is inexcusable. I also wanted to make myself available to members of the Assembly should there be any questions or comments about the course of the emergency that we are currently under. So, Mr. Chair, if you have any questions or comments, I would look forward to being able to respond.
All right. I don't have any personally at this time. Would anyone like to ask a question? Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, so I'm kind of behind the power curve here. So because of the governor's proclamation, we don't need to renew ours? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying, through the chair, the governor's proclamation extends through November. We're trying to work closely in conjunction with what the state is doing, and we were hoping that our proclamation would end at the same time that the state's proclamation ends. The underlying orders under the proclamation are an entirely separate time frame. Hunker down, for example. But the importance of having an emergency in place is that even as we get through the first phase of hunkering down, there's going to need to be a period of adjustment as we calibrate the response to the virus. And as we open up the municipality, we might need to procure items. We might need to move employees around. Yes?
May I continue as chair?
Yes, Mr. Dyson, but I want everyone to keep in mind that we will have this discussion during the item as well. When it's before us, we'll have opportunity to speak to the administration. It's item 14V on our agenda. But you go ahead, Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, well, all I can tell you, Mr. Mayor, is probably 35 phone calls I've gotten, 100 some emails. I don't see that has anything to do with politics, like partisan politics. All the folks that contacted me were largely small business people whose interest was quite narrow. And so if your comment has to do about political things and those people, I take exception to it.
No, through the chair. My comment was based on the fact that we had made it very clear, and I've made it clear in public forums, what the difference was between the emergency proclamation and underlying orders. It wasn't until some political operatives began stirring the pot and pushing false information or misleading information out in social media that we got this massive response. And I understand completely how people could be confused when they get half-truths and mistruths conveyed to them. And That's what I was alluding to.
So if I may summarize, then it's this political operative, whoever that is, it stirred up all this stuff from mostly sincere people.
Yes.
It's not those people that you're upset with.
No, I'm not at all upset. I think people have every right to question and should question what we're trying to do. This is unprecedented and a very difficult situation for us to be in. But it is critical under these times for us to be discussing things based on fact. And that's what I would like to see happen.
Yeah, so there's some facts I'm not clear on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Can folks on the phone hear the mayor? I know.
Yes.
Okay. I had heard that perhaps they couldn't. All right. So is there anyone on the phone who has a specific question for the mayor before we move on to our consent agenda? And again, please send me a text if you want to ask a question. Okay. All right, I'm going to move on to my report. I'm going to say very quickly, I want to acknowledge, as we often do, that we are on the traditional homeland of the Dena'ina people who have maintained these lands for 10,000 years or more. Tonight we'll be voting on the mayor's emergency declaration. This is an item we absolutely must vote on tonight. My intention is to change the order of the day and move that item, which is 14V, to the beginning of public hearings, which cannot begin until after 6 p.m. Mr. Gates has informed me that the emergency declaration must be passed by 10 p.m. tonight if the mayor's executive orders are not to expire. I am hopeful that we can get through our consent agenda with some alacrity, and if any item begins to bog us down before we get to the public hearing items, I may ask that it be moved to later on the agenda or even a later meeting. One way or another, we need to vote yes or no on the extension tonight. With that, we're to committee reports. We'll start with you, Mr. Dyson. Do you have a committee report?
Thank you. In your packet is a couple of audits from the auditor, and I just call your attention to the limited road service districts. There are some exceptions. I don't think that they have to do with anybody or failures, but they're not have anybody's got their finger in the piggy bank or taking advantage at all. But I commend them to your attention. Also, the control of chemicals at water and wastewater and a couple other city things, it seems to be well in hand. And there was no note that anything dangerous or that formed a component of drug manufacturing was missing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Let's see here. Next is Mr. Perez-Verdia. Do you have a committee report?
No report, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, nothing to report, but I look forward to getting back to some regular order of business.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Sorry, I went a little bit out of order. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We will hold a May health policy meeting. I don't have the date on me. It's the 1st. Ms. France might know. It's usually the 1st. It's the 6th. From 10 to 11, we'll get back to everyone on whether we're going to do that at the same time as usual, but we thought it'd be a good chance to update the community, and Ms. Pineda wanted to do one.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Peterson, do you have a committee report?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Ethics and Election Committee meeting was canceled, and so was the Public Safety Committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Weddleton, do you have a committee report?
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Kennedy, do you have a committee report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know how much of a report it is, but I guess I do have a couple of comments. We haven't had a meeting of the Community and Economic Development Committee, but I just noticed what came across my emails today is something that's relatively important in that area. And for those who are listening, I would want people to know that the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation has sent out another survey to the businesses that may have taken their first survey, and they're looking for people to take that survey again to get a more current update. So the fact that we have the Economic Resiliency Task Force operating and being connected to the AEDC. I just think it's important for people to chime in on those surveys if they haven't already done so. But I'm pretty sure anybody can access that survey from the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation's website. And the other thing I wanted to do, Mr. Chair, I will just ask you if you think that's appropriate, but we are at the near the end of an election cycle, and I just thought it might be a good opportunity to allow our municipal clerk, Ms. Jones, to kind of give us an update on where we're at, how things fared, considering all the challenges we had this year, and maybe just give her a chance to see, again, where we're at. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Jones, would you like to do that now or some other time? Okay. Ms. Jones will give an update, but she wants just a couple minutes to prepare. Let's see here. Mr. Rivera, do you have a committee report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no report for the Rules Committee. A quick report from the Complete Counts Commission. So, as has been widely reported in the media, roughly it's expected about 50% of the individuals have taken the census already. So we're halfway there. We want to keep encouraging folks to take the census. An email was sent at my request to the body giving an update from the Census Bureau. And in short, the headline there is we are already starting to see delays on when the final census data is going to be sent to states. Right now it's just a 3-month delay, but that could be extended. So just an FYI. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Committee on Homelessness, of course, has not met. It is scheduled to meet, the meeting for this month was canceled, but we do intend to get out a short written report with some updates in advance of May. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to add.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. I believe that's everyone. Ms. Jones, would you like to give us a brief update about the election?
Sure, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Kennedy, for asking. Today, we processed all of the rest of the ballots that we had received in the mail, and also opened all those envelopes, and we have scanned and tabulated them. I haven't got a text alert that those are included in the new totals. So I think the numbers will be just a little bit higher than what I'm going to tell you right now. We had 67,731 voters that voted as of yesterday, April 13th. And we should be wrapping up on Friday. We have the public session of canvass at 5:30. The commission will make the final decisions at that meeting, and then we'll be back before you next Tuesday to ask the Assembly to certify the election.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Okay. Could I now have a motion to incorporate the addendum and laid on the table items?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Dyson. Is there any opposition to that motion to incorporate? All right. So the addendum has been incorporated. I'm going to read into the record. We got a number of laid on the table items. They've all been emailed to my colleagues, but there was no agenda for them. Some of them came in so late. So I'm going to read through them now. Item 9B5, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly requesting the mayor to temporarily suspend enforcement of the ban on retail sellers providing plastic shopping bags during the public health emergency. Laid on the table item 9B6, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recommending the mayor issue an emergency regulation to require face coverings, masks, for all individuals and essential workers when in public, and to establish accessibility to face covering product components and a distribution system. The previous item was introduced by Mr. Constant. This one is introduced by Ms. Zalatel. Laid on the table item 9E5. Introduced by the mayor, emergency procurements awarded under AMC 7.2 20.090. That's, I'm sorry, that's AIM 52-2020. Item 9E6, AIM number 51-2020, introduced by the mayor. Report recommending utility revenue distribution to the general government, Anchorage water and wastewater utility, and solid waste services. Item 9F3, AR 2020-114, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage revising and appropriating funds for the 2020 municipal utilities enterprise activities operating capital improvement budgets for the municipality of Anchorage, introduced by the chair at the request of the Office of Management and Budget and the mayor. Sorry, by the mayor. Item 9F4, AO number 2020-45, an ordinance setting the rate of tax levy, approving the amount of municipal property tax, and levying taxes for the Anchorage School District for tax year 2020, introduced by the chair at the request of the mayor. Item 9F5, AO number 2020-44, an ordinance setting the rate of tax levy, approving the amount of municipal property tax, and levying taxes for all service areas of the municipality of Anchorage general government for 2020, introduced by the chair at the request of the mayor. Item 9F6, AR 2020-94, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage revising and appropriating funds for the 2020 general government operating budget for the municipality of Anchorage, introduced by the chair at the request of the mayor. Laid on the table, item 14.J.2, AIM 49-2020, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by a non-competitive property exchange of Heritage Land Bank Parcel 3-076, legally described as Tract 6 Tudor Municipal Campus. And that was the subject of the AIM, introduced by the mayor. Item laid on the table, items 14Q.1, 14R.1, and 14S.1, AIM number 50-2020, introduced by the chair. Public comments regarding AR 2020-102, AR 2020-103, AR 2020-104. At this time, could I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with the addendum and laid on the table items?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Dyson. We'll now go down the dais and on the phone and ask folks what items they might want to pull. We'll start with you, Mr. Dyson. Do you have any items you would like to pull?
No items.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Perez-Radia.
Actually, can I pass? I got to find it.
Yeah, we'll come back to you. Let's see here. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Can I pull item 9D11, please?
I'm sorry, was that D or Bravo or Delta?
D as in Delta.
9 Delta 11. Okay. All right. Mr. Constant.
No items, thank you.
All right. Mr. Let's see here. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to pull 9B4.
Okay. 9 Bravo 4 was pulled by Mr. Weddleton. All right. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull 9 Delta 10 and 9 Delta 12. Thank you.
Let's see. 9 Delta 10 and 9 Delta 12. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps Ms. Dowd's going to do this already, but I'd like to pull 9 Bravo 6. And that'll be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zolotel?
9 Bravo 3, please.
9 Bravo 3. Okay. Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No items.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Ms. Strain, are you on the phone? I apologize. We forgot to call her for roll, and I don't believe she is with us, but okay.
Mr. Chair, this is Mr. Perez-Verdia. The item that I wanted to pull was already pulled, so thank you. You don't need to come back to me.
Thank you. The clerk has asked that someone pull Alpha 1 and Alpha 2.
So pulled.
Okay, Mr. Constant will pull 9 Alpha 1 and 9 Alpha 2. Okay. Because we did receive a high volume of late on the table items and addendum items, I suggest if folks will take just 30 seconds and look back through and make sure there isn't anything they want to pull before we vote on the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair, could you read back the list again, please?
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. I have 9 Alpha 1, 9 Alpha 2, 9 Bravo 3, 9 Bravo 4, 9 Bravo 6, 9 Delta 10, 9 Delta 11, and 9 Delta 12. Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman, the administration has one item we'd like to pull.
Okay.
9 Delta 1.
9 Delta 1. Okay. Would someone...
I would pull that.
Mr. Constant will pull 9 Delta 1.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Okay. So now if we could please vote on the balance of the consent agenda. Madam Clerk.
Yes. Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
And Mr. Dyson?
All right. The consent agenda passes. We are now back to the items that have been pulled, starting with 9 Alpha 1. Resolution number A. Yes, I know. Oh, okay. So the clerk has indicated that we intend to postpone 9 Alpha 1 and 9 Alpha 2. So we're not going to take any action on them tonight because we don't know what date they'll be postponed to. So we're going to let them die tonight, and then we will move them at a future meeting. So now we are on 9 Bravo 3, pulled by Ms. Zalatel. Let's see here. I apologize. That is a late on the table item. No, addendum item. Where is the addendum? Oh, here we go. 9 Bravo 3, resolution number AR 2020-111, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly terminating regulation number 1 of EO 03, the proclamation of emergency hunker down order issued by the mayor on March 20th, 2020. Assemblymember Zalatel. Ms. Zalatel, or I should say, what is the will of the body?
Mr. Chair, it is not my intention to move this item.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Okay, unless any other member moves it, we will move on, and it will die. Okay? We are now on item 9 Bravo 4, resolution number AR 2020-112, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly terminating regulation number 4 of EO-03, the proclamation of emergency hunker down order issued by the mayor on March 20th, 2020. Assembly Vice Chair Weddleton and Assembly Member LaFrance. What is the will of the body?
Not my intent to move this.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. LaFrance, do you intend to move this item?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. All right, if no one else moves it, we will move on. All right, hearing no one, we are now to item 9 Bravo 6. 9 Bravo 6, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recommending the mayor issue an emergency regulation to require face coverings, masks, for all individuals and essential workers when in public, and to establish accessibility to face covering product components and a distribution system, introduced by Ms. Zalatel. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
I'll second. This is Austin.
Seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Discussion on this item.
May I go ahead, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. This item is to require, or to request that the municipality require face coverings, specifically when individuals are out in public and in situations where they are unable to socially distance, such as the grocery store or passing one another on the trails. And it would also require that face coverings be made available and assist the public and essential workers to obtain face coverings. Right now, there's a shortage of fabric and notions. I noticed there's actually an error in the resolution at line 28. It says right word. Yes, it is the right word. Notions is the fabric crafter's term for the elastic and other parts that we need to make face masks, and that we have some way to distribute face masks to the general public so that members of the public and essential workers can have them so that they can, in fact, wear them.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel, and I'll note for the record that I believe the right word question mark is a scrivener's error. If we pass this resolution, it will not be included. Let's see here. Mr. Rivera, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess two things. So first, I'd like to hear both from Ms. Zalatel and then the administration on the difference on why use the verbiage requiring. I think that's where I'm a little bit stuck. I can understand maybe strongly encouraging, but the verbiage requiring is a little worrisome to me, especially when you look at how do you enforce something like this. And then second is I appreciate and like the idea of making fabric available, but I guess I'd like the administration to talk about sort of how that fabric would get in the hands of the municipality to the mask makers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Would someone from the administration like to speak to his questions?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, please identify yourself.
Jason Bockenstedt. We are certainly very interested in making sure that folks do wear masks while they're out in the public. As we will undoubtedly discuss later in the evening, one of the changes that we are proposing to the Hunker Down order is to actually encourage everyone that is out in public to wear masks. I think Assemblymember Rivera, you kind of hit the head or nail on the head with our concern about how do we enforce this in such a wide way, and we just don't really know. And I may ask Kate Vogel to maybe comment a little bit on what the punishment is and why that is problematic. But I think we are certainly very interested in encouraging people to the extent possible to wear masks when they are out in the public.
Ms. Vogel, would you like to speak to this? And if folks could use the little thing so I know who is. It's harder for me to read facial cues right now. So go ahead, Ms. Vogel.
Thank you, through the chair. So violating an emergency order under the municipal code is punishable by civil fines, but it is also a Class B misdemeanor, and essentially it criminalizes conduct to make it a mandate within one of our emergency orders. So there is a concern about doing that if the supplies are not already available, and it's something that the membership should think about in terms of requesting that something be a mandated. Is certainly something that we think about over here, besides just enforcement, what the consequences are, what you're stating in law when you issue a mandate instead of a recommendation.
Thank you, Ms. Vogel. Mr. Rivera, do you have any follow-up questions?
No follow-up questions, but with that, I guess I'd like to hear from Ms. Zolotel before I offer an amendment to this.
Okay. We also have Mr. Constant in the queue. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I think the mandate is really to get at that we've been recommending face coverings be worn for quite some time, and there are two elements to it. One, I think we're all aware of the stories where we're hearing that essential workers aren't necessarily getting to wear face coverings while doing jobs that put them in close proximity with the public because their supervisors aren't allowing it. That's very concerning, and I want to make sure that this option is definitely available to them. With regard to the general public, the idea is we have a very active community, and in fact, that activity is increasing outdoors as the weather gets nicer. Our trails are not 6 feet wide, I don't believe. The sidewalks certainly aren't. And we are seeing not too many masks being worn in public or face coverings, and I am concerned that we've been barraged by emails today that we should open up. Well, we need another tool if we want to consider that, and this is one of those tools.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I struggle with the same concern I think I heard Mr. Rivera present. On the front end, the recommendation, the strong recommendation is good, as we're doing here. But I would speak to the second half of the resolution, which is the securing of masks. We have an amazing group of volunteers, Alaska Mask Makers, and then people in their homes as well, who are working fiercely to make as many masks as possible. Interestingly, the State Division of Behavioral Health released $40,000 of grant funds for the purchase of these kinds of masks, and so these efforts are slow to ramp up, and they are happening, but to provide 300,000 of them would be a project outside of the scope of our means at this time, and so there's a conflict inherent within this. So I think it is wise to strongly recommend the use of masks and demonstrate the use of masks, and to support the mask making by the purchase of fabric, and I have some theories on how that should best be done. If we come to that, I would love to talk to the administration, but beyond that, I think it's too far.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any other discussion on this?
Mr. Chair. This is Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, with that, I will go ahead and put forward an amendment to this on line 42 to change requiring, page 1, line 42, to change requiring to, or regulation, strongly encouraging.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on Mr. Rivera's amendment. Changing line 42 to read strongly encouraging. With all deliberate speed. Okay. Seeing no discussion, and I haven't heard anything. If someone wants to speak up, okay. Please vote on Mr. Rivera's amendment.
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
That item fails 9-2.
And it passes.
I'm sorry, passes 9-2. Apologies. All right. We are now back to the main resolution as amended. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote on the main motion.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
That resolution passes unanimously. We are now to item 9 Delta 1. Assembly Memorandum number AM 206.2020. Sole source purchase with KTUU Gray TV for TV and digital advertising for the Municipality of Anchorage, Public Transportation Department, $30,600. What is the will of the body? Oh, I apologize. Did the administration wish us to not act on this item?
Through the chair, yes, please. We had a change in the contract, and that contact person that we had originally been working with is not there anymore, and so our current process would not justify a sole source, so we're going to take this back and rebid it. Thank you.
Okay, so the preference is we move on, no one moves this, and then we let it die.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, so we'll move on then. We are now at item 9D10. Ominous laughter. Assembly Memorandum number AM 217-2020, a cooperative purchase from NC Machinery for 3 966M Caterpillar loaders for the Municipality of Anchorage Maintenance and Operations Department. What is the will of the body?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to move to postpone.
To what date?
What is about a month out? I don't have a calendar in front of me.
We have a meeting on May 5th and May 19th.
Let's say May 19th.
Okay, so there's a motion to postpone until May 19th. Is there a second?
Second.
Who was that?
Ms. Zolotel.
Okay, moved by, motion to postpone by, made by Ms. Kennedy and seconded by Ms. Zolotel. Ms. Kennedy, you want to explain the motion?
Yes, and actually, I certainly want to hear the administration chime in on this. And my only thought is that I've had a couple of conversations before with a few people, and just trying to get a feel for what we think we really can afford to do at this point, and what things might we be needing to start to slow down on. And maybe the easy part of that question is to slow down on potentially purchasing equipment, especially purchases that we know go out of state to fill. So my thought in all this is to maybe start that process of trying to figure out really what's going to happen to our revenues this year, and to start to just slow down enough that we can hopefully handle what I think is going to be a downturn in our ability to collect the taxes that we think we need to fill this budget. So that's my thought, and certainly I'm interested in that kind of a conversation about whether or not we do maybe put a hold on some of these kind of purchases. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Would anyone from administration? Mr. Wilbur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to be clear on this particular purchase is for 3 heavy-duty loaders that we use for snow blowing, and they have about an 8-month lead time on them. We have these particular blowers here, these loaders, are 17 to 19 years old, the 3 that we're trying to replace. So if the administration, or excuse me, if the Assembly would like to postpone it, we'd ask that you not do it until May, because if we do that, we will not have them in time for next winter. We could wait until the 28th if you have some discussions, and I think Assemblymember Kennedy has some questions, but we could postpone for a couple weeks, but we're also need to get the order in order to get the snow blowers here for next winter for our snow removal. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Wilbur. Is there any further discussion on the motion to postpone? Okay. All right. Please vote on the motion to postpone.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
No.
And Mr. Dyson is not in the room.
Okay. That motion passes 6-4, so we'll hope for a late winter, and we'll take that up on May 19th. So let's see here. We are now on item 9D11. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 216-2020, sole source contract with United Way of Anchorage to provide service related to the Home for Good pilot program for the municipality of Anchorage, Chief Financial Officer, introduced by the Purchasing Department. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
I'm sorry, who moved that?
Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Okay. Discussion on this item. Ms. Quinn Davidson, you pulled this item?
Yeah, was there a second? I didn't hear it.
Yes, seconded by Mr. Constant.
Okay, great. I pulled this not for any substantive reason, but just because I'd like to see when we get memos like this, the rules for sole source contracts, when those are allowed, and then how there's a constant echo, just FYI, I can hear myself talking, so it's distracting, but how those qualifications are met in this instance.
Okay.
So I'm hoping the administration could speak to that.
Yep. Would someone from the administration, I know Mr. Haddon, I believe, is on the line, but would anyone from the administration like to speak to that question about sole source contracts? I see a lot of...
Through the chair, this is Alex Slifka, Chief Fiscal Officer. Ron, I think, can answer it, but I would quote specifically from the code for contracts where the purchasing officer determines in writing the municipality requirements reasonably limit the source of the supply, service, and professional services to one entity. In this instance, the entity United Way is the existing provider of a pilot project for Pay for Success, and the purpose of this is to extend that project by another 3 months until such time as the success payers can be brought on board to continue the project.
Thank you, Mr. Slifka. Ms. Quinn Davidson,
May
do you
I
have
ask
a
a follow-up?
follow-up? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Thank you. So is just the fact that we have someone currently operating sufficient to allow that to be the entity that's awarded a sole source contract?
Mr. Slifka?
Mr. Chair, this is Mr. Haddon.
Go ahead, Ron.
Yes, sir. Ma'am, if I can respond, in this particular case, yes, ma'am, I believe it is, because what the code says in 720.080.85 is that it reasonably limits the source to to one particular entity. And in this case, I believe the facts reasonably limit the source to the United Way.
Thanks, Mr. Haddon. I just asked that in the future in these memos, if you would say exactly what the requirements for a sole source contract are, and then detail how those have been met in this situation.
Yes, ma'am, your point is well taken, and we will endeavor to do that in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Haddon.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am, as somebody who was involved in the discussion around this, I'm feeling a little caught off guard by this sole source, and I am feeling like I'd like to get more information about it. So I'm intending to move to postpone. I would like to hear from the CFO or Mr. Haddon or whomever else wants to speak to it in terms of what that would do. Would that have a negative impact on this project to postpone it until the next meeting to give me and potentially others an opportunity to gather more information about why we are allocating these funds, especially in this sort of emergency state that we're in now?
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Would someone from the administration like to answer that, please?
Yes, through the chair, Alex Lifka, CFO. So we would like to have this passed because the existing pilot program funding ends June 30th, and I would just remind the body that when we put forward the funding for this, we were pretty clear that we were going to spend this money almost immediately in order to extend the pilot project so it would not lose the continuity and we would not be forced to turn a number of people that are currently being housed out onto the street until such time as we could get the funding in place. So there is a need for this to be passed so that we can get the money into United Way's hands prior to June 30th.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I ask a follow-up question, please?
Yes.
So I guess I'm confused because United Way is United Way actually running this program? So they are providing the housing?
Through the chair, United Way and a number of other bodies are working together on the pilot program, which I believe was about a $1.6 million pilot program to put together the entire continuum of service. And I don't know if Nancy Burke is on the phone that she could answer in more detail. But it's a group of entities that are providing this service, and the whole purpose of this sole source is to allow that program to continue until such time as the Pay for Success funding is in place.
Thank you. I guess just one last follow-up. In the information that is provided, there's no budget. There's no clarity exactly how this funding is being used and who it's going to, because based on the response that I got from the administration, it's going to be on a way, but it's a pass-through to other organizations. And I would like to have more information about exactly how the funding is being used. So in that light, I would like to move to postpone this to our next meeting to give me and potentially others time to just get more clarification on who the money is going to and how it's being used.
Is there a second on the motion to postpone until April 28th?
Second.
All right. Was that Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Moved and seconded. Discussion on the motion to postpone. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I strongly oppose the motion at this time. This is the finishing part of a project that's underway that has been very well managed. We've had reports on it consistently, and in fact, I feel a bit like Groundhog Day right now. We had a work session on this whole program before we authorized the $5 million expenditure, and this was specifically discussed at that work session, not even 2 or 3 weeks ago, in which we set out the terms and said there's the small portion set up for the continuation funds. And so I'm baffled that we're having this conversation back here on the dais after already having had a work session specifically on this. And so we're about to have our second work session on a very tiny part of a very large program that's going to do and has been doing great good. And so I think we do a disservice to the administration, to the funders, to all of the people who have already come before us and spent their time explaining to us how this works, why it works. You have in your emails a very clear set of documents, PowerPoints, that detail out all of this, but it was 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago now when we had the conversation regarding the overall funding package. So I feel like we're doing a disservice to the process by delaying. I would urge my peers to vote no.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. We have in the queue Ms. Zalatel and then Mr. Perez-Revilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the motion to postpone for a few reasons. The assembly memorandum we have before us doesn't have some key information that I would like to have in the public record on the item we're voting on, which is how many people are being served for the $300,000 and when does it extend till? I understand it is a continuation of the pilot program, which has been successful, but the Pay for Success, Home for Good social finance component isn't for sure yet. So I think if we're spending this money to extend the existing program, I think we need to know some specifics about how many people we're serving with $300,000 and for how long, because that's the kind of information my constituents want to know. And I would just hope that that kind of information, that kind of practical information, would be included in assembly memorandum, in addition to the kind of information that Ms. Quinn Davidson previously stated. That's really helpful with the analysis and when we talk to our constituents about these items. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Perez-Revilla.
Thank you. I wanted to just second what Ms. Zalatel said and say that you know, we as a body approved a significant transfer of funds to support this program. So I don't think there's any doubt that we support this program, and I don't believe that postponing it until the next meeting is a burden at all. I do think that this memo lacks a great deal of information that is important, and I don't see any harm in holding off for 2 weeks. And I would just encourage the crafters of this the next time to put more information in it, and so that it's clear exactly how the money is being spent, who it's going to, and what the and how many folks that it's serving. So, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Revilla. We have Mr. Bockenstadt in the queue.
Yes, I just want to say that there will be no issues on the administration side if it is postponed for 2 weeks. We can still get this approved and out the door in time to have the funds necessary to extend the pilot program.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Weddleton, you're in the queue.
All right, thanks. In some regards, I'd agree with Mr. Constant that we had work sessions on this and to come into this was wide open. But I'd support an extension to get more information in the document, and then for others to have conversations with the staff. I would hope I don't feel like we need a work session on it, though. I think some more information like Ms. Zalatel and Perez-Revilla said, but and that would be good. I appreciate them bringing this up. So I do support it.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Chris, do you want back in the queue? Or?
I do, actually.
Okay, Mr. Constant.
I just would offer to the members that we go through these processes, and when we're back to our normal order of business, it's important to attend work sessions. If you don't attend work sessions and then ask for work sessions, then you are slowing everybody in every process down, and it's unfair to everybody in the whole process. And so I strongly recommend for those of us who are going to be here for the next 2 or 3 years that we make a very strong effort to attend the work sessions that get scheduled so we don't go backwards in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be quick. I just wanted to agree with Chris that I think we did discuss this, but also agree with Mr. Weddleton that I'm fine with the 2 weeks, and it sounds from the administration's perspective that works for them. So I'll vote yes on the motion postpone.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Perez-Revilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be quick as well. I attended the work sessions. I'm assuming that this is potentially pointed at me. And I've listened to the work sessions. I'm very familiar with this program, and I'm very familiar with the entire project in its entirety. The issue is that this particular memo does not give the right information to make sure that the public knows how this money is being used, who it's going to, and exactly how many folks is being served. And I want to make sure that that's in this. And I'm going to have to go back to the work session to find that information to make sure that I realize that. And so I don't see a problem in postponing this. But just to be clear, I don't think anybody missed a work session on this. I don't think that's what this issue is. The issue is really about making sure that the information necessary is brought forward to ensure that we're making a good decision.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Revilla. Okay, so let's please vote on the motion to postpone until April 28th.
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Revilla?
Yes.
That item passes 9-2. I'm sorry, that motion to postpone passes 9-2. We are now on item 9 Delta 12, Assembly Memorandum number AM 220-2020, cooperative purchase from Kendall Ford for 11 2020 Ford F-150 4x4 light-duty trucks for the municipality of Anchorage Municipal Light and Power. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by who seconded it on the phone?
Kennedy?
Ms. Kennedy, thank you. Ms. Kennedy, I believe you pulled this item. Would you like to explain?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I pulled it mostly because I guess it's part of my frustration with this limbo that we're still in terms of finalizing the sale of ML&P to Chugach Electric. But this seems to be one of those things that continually trips me up. I mean, I recognize that we still have a enterprise that we need to keep functioning. But this is 11 pickup trucks, and so I had a couple questions about this. One of them is, how involved is Chugach Electric in these kinds of decisions at this point? Are they really the ones that have said, "Hey, this is what we want"? So buy these. So what's the relationship there and the connection with these kinds of negotiations? And the same question for the role of the RCA while we're doing this. Again, we're just kind of in that limbo. And then one more question on that is the 60-day delivery date, does that put us past the date when we expect the sale to be finalized? So anyway, if anybody from the administration could comment on that, I would appreciate it because, again, this just seems to be one of those things that continually gnaws at me in terms of when will we be done. But thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Is there anyone from the administration who would like to speak to Ms. Kennedy's questions regarding this item?
Through the chair, this is Lance Wilbur, OMB Director, and if Mr. Haddon is still on the phone, he can jump in. Assemblymember Kennedy, your first question, how involved is CEA in this purchase of the equipment? I can't answer that question. I suspect that the folks at ML&P are replacing the assets that they currently have because the ones that the fleet they're replacing is already met its useful life. How involved is the RCA in vehicle purchase? Probably not at all. Maybe Mr. Slifka can jump in, but the RCA is mostly interested in the total value asset of ML&P, not any particular vehicle purchase. And then I'm sorry, Ms. Kennedy, your third question was?
Thank you, Mr. Wilbur. Just the idea that if there's a 60-day delivery date on these products, are we running up against the date when potentially the RCA will have finalized the sale? The
60-day date is a maximum amount of delivery. Mr. Hadd may have some sense about the actual ability to deliver those sooner. It's a pretty standard piece of equipment, so it's not special order. So my suspicion is they have the fleet already available or can be available sooner than 60 days. Thank you.
Wilbur, this is Mr. Haddon. Yes, your comment, 60 days is after receiving the order. These trucks should be received prior to the estimated sale date.
And through the chair, this is Alex Slifka, CFO. Just as a reminder, ML&P is running the utility as a going concern until such time as the sale is finalized. And under the terms of the agreement, there is actually a target for the net asset value. So any money we spend on fixed assets like this is completely recouped through the sale process.
Thank you, Mr. Slifka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Slivka. That was exactly the kind of answer I was looking for, too. So thank you.
All right. I'm not seeing any other discussion on this. Please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
That item passes unanimously. That concludes our consent agenda. My intention now is to take up item 13A, see if we can have a resolution there. If not, we'll take a brief break, and we're going to take a brief break afterwards anyway. And then I'm going to ask to change the order of the day to take up the emergency declaration extension. So now we are on item 13A, resolution number AR 2020-70, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Top Shelf Herbs of Alaska, a marijuana retail sales establishment with license number M22150, doing business as Top Shelf Herbs of Alaska, LLC, located at 901 Photo Avenue. Public hearing is still open. It was continued. Madam Deputy Clerk, did we get any other requests to testify on this item?
No, Mr. Chair, but Jason Brandis, who is the attorney for Top Shelf Herbs, is available for questions. We have his phone number if we want to call him in.
Yep, thank you. We can do that during discussion if need be. All right, so without anything else, public testimony is now public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zolotel, I believe. Yep. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Any discussion on this item?
Weddleton here.
Go ahead, John.
Mr. Gates, can you talk to us a bit about the issue? There was a, I guess not a conviction, but a court case within the last couple of years where the owner was involved that involved selling illegal drugs, and that we're told that should not be relevant. Can you briefly run through that for us? Why that is irrelevant?
Yes, Mr. Walton, this is Dean Gates, Assembly Counsel. Please let me know if I need to speak up here. So the applicant for this marijuana license and special land use permit had a case in Nome where he was found guilty, but of let's see. I want to find the right information here. A prior criminal conviction, and the court in that case had done a suspended imposition of sentence, and the attorney, Jason Brandeis, for the applicant had argued that this should not be considered in disqualifying him for a marijuana license under our code. Our code and the state regulations say pretty much the same thing. There's some framework in the license application qualifications for the applicant, and that framework for prior convictions has like 3 subsections. One is a conviction of a felony will disqualify him from having a license. And in it, it says, for purposes of the section, a suspended imposition of sentence for a felony does not count. It means that they can still be denied the license if they have a felony, but the court decided to suspend imposition of sentence. A suspended imposition of sentence is basically where a defendant has agreed to a period of probation with conditions and successfully completes it. Then the court will basically say, okay, the conviction is not of effect. But in this case, that was the first section, and the third subsection of our ordinance and the state regulation says if a misdemeanor conviction, then they, for certain crimes like distribution of controlled substances, the defendants cannot have a license, but doesn't say anything about the suspended imposition of sentence. So the argument they've made is that because they've treated the SIS, if I may use that abbreviation, differently for felony convictions where it's going to count and disqualify you from a license, as opposed to a misdemeanor where it's quiet on that subject, means it's not supposed to count if they've successfully completed their SIS that the court had required, and that therefore it shouldn't disqualify him because his prior case in Nome was a misdemeanor conviction. So we had some members of the public who objected and made the opposite argument. And basically, this sort of relies on maxims of statutory construction to say that because of the way the ordinance and state regulation are organized, we shouldn't consider that Nome SIS conviction to disqualify him from having this license. So that's, I guess, basically where we are. The state had the Marijuana Control Board for the state had postponed, and then at their recent meeting, April 3rd, 2nd or 3rd, I think it was, they went into executive session, and afterwards they approved the state license for this applicant with delegation to the executive director to issue it once he met whatever remaining conditions he needed to meet. So they appear to not have disqualified him for the state license based on that argument, based on that SIS misdemeanor in his court record. So the question is whether we should deny the municipal license or should we do what the state did and issue the municipal license. And that appears to be, I think, the only outstanding issue with this application.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Weddleton, do you have any follow-up comments or questions?
No, thank you.
Okay. Is there any other discussion on this item? Not seeing any, please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
That item passed unanimously. All right, that concludes, that brings us to new public hearings. At this time, we're going to take a quick, just 10-minute break, and we'll be back here by 6:30 to begin our new public hearings. And it is my intention to ask that we change the order of the day to take up the emergency declaration extension. assembly back to order. If I could I get a motion to change the order of the day to take up item 14V at this time?
Move to approve change of the agenda.
Move to change the order of the day. Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Can I get a second? Someone on the
Second.
Seconded. Moved by Mr. Dyson, seconded by Ms. Zolotel. Is anyone opposed to taking up item 14V at this time? Okay. So the agenda, the agenda has been changed. We are now item 14V, resolution number AR 2020-110, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly for a second extension of the Declaration of Civil Emergency, COVID-19, issued by the Mayor of the Municipality of Anchorage on March 12, 2020, introduced by myself on behalf of the Mayor. Public testimony is now open. We received many emails these last 48 hours. I know that my colleagues and I have been reading them. We also have compiled them into an AIM, which has been included in the permanent record. Because the Assembly chambers have been closed for about a month, we don't have live testimony today, but we have a number of people who asked to call in, and so we'll be calling them and getting their testimony. Ms. Deputy Clerk, how many people asked to be called to testify on this item?
Mr. Chair, I have 13 people on the list.
Okay. All right. So let's begin that process and call some folks.
Okay, first we're going to be calling Mr. Dan Newman.
Okay.
Dan.
Hello, Mr. Newman. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Hello.
Can we turn up that volume a little bit? Is that possible?
I have it on the highest setting. We will see if there's anything we can do from down here.
Okay. Mr. Newman, if you don't mind, you're on with the Anchorage Assembly now. You'll have 3 minutes to discuss item 14V, the resolution to extend the emergency declaration. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Dan Newman. I was born and raised here in Anchorage, and I own a local small business that I founded just over 2 years ago, specializing in online auctions. My company employs 8 Alaskans full-time as their only or main source of income. My purpose for speaking today is to encourage you all to allow businesses classified as non-essential to be able to open if we can operate safely by following all the guidelines established by the national and state mandates as they relate to COVID-19. We're currently not working business as usual because of the mayor's emergency hunker down orders as they currently are written. Since our business was deemed non-essential by Mayor Berkowitz and we were told that we cannot open our doors to the public, this means we cannot take in new inventory or release the current remaining inventory that we have sold online to our customers via contactless curbside pickup or delivery methods, exactly like the restaurants are currently allowed to operate. I'm not a political person, but I feel that this issue has impacted my life and the lives of those around me to the point that I need to speak up today. I'm also actively involved in the business community through many different organizations, and I've received the support and backing of many other local small business owners that agree with my statements today. I've jumped through all of the hurdles to submit the documents necessary to apply for all the federal loan programs that are being touted by elected officials as lifelines for local small businesses, and have to date received not a single confirmation of funds available or pending availability for my request. And I know for a fact I'm not the only one in this position. The general consensus from other small, local, non-essential business owners like myself is that we can't survive another 2 to 6 weeks with zero revenue coming in, and many of us will be forced to make the hard decisions to close our doors forever with every passing week if things remain as they currently stand. When the mayor gets to make seemingly arbitrary decisions on who is essential versus non-essential, he gets to decide who wins and who loses, whose businesses survive and whose doesn't. Let's face it, bicycle stores selling bikes, ice cream parlors selling ice cream, flower shops selling bouquets of roses, and toy stores selling educational toys. None of these businesses are essential to the preservation of life, yet they've been deemed essential. If a local restaurant is allowed to take contactless curbside pickup and delivery orders, then all local retailers should be afforded the same limited opportunity to operate while maintaining the highest health safety standards and following all health recommendations. What I would like to make clear is that moving forward, this should not be about essential versus non-essential businesses. The real topic we should be discussing is looking at businesses that can operate safely versus those that cannot, based on the current national and state guidelines for health safety. It's also extremely important to remember that every single day, UPS, FedEx, and USPS are making thousands of deliveries of both essential and non-essential items that could be sold via local small businesses, keeping the 40 to 60 cents of every dollar here in our local economy instead of going to outside national retailers being sold on Amazon. Finally, all businesses should be allowed to operate so long as they can maintain the safety recommendations issued by state and national officials immediately. Thank you for your time and consideration of my message, and I wish you all the best during these tough times. Let's save lives and businesses in the town where we love to live, work, and play.
Thank you, Mr. Newman. Are there any questions? All right, I'm not seeing any. Thank you very much, Mr. Newman. There's a chance we will call you back during discussion, but for now, we appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Okay, next, Mr. Chair, we're going to be calling Terrence Kelly. Hello, Dr. Kelly. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Am I on right now?
Yes, thank you. Dr. Kelly, you're on with the Anchorage Assembly. We are currently discussing item 14V, the resolution to extend the emergency declaration. You'll have 3 minutes.
Well, thank you. Yes, thank you for the chance to speak tonight. My name is Terry Kelly, and I'm the chairperson of the philosophy department at UAA. As an ethicist, I'd like to offer you a way of thinking about justice that I hope you will find helpful tonight and in the weeks ahead as we battle this pandemic. One of our oldest intuitions about justice is captured in the golden rule: do unto others as you would have done unto yourself. This demands an integrity by which we would be willing to accept the consequences of our actions, even if it so happened we were the ones affected by them. In modern ethics, this idea is captured in what John Rawls calls the veil of ignorance, which is to choose policies that we would find acceptable even if we did not know who we were in society. The golden rule and the veil of ignorance draw our attention to those who are made most vulnerable by our choices and requires, as a matter of justice, that we ask, would those made vulnerable by my choices find them reasonably acceptable? This is not mere sentimentality. It's a basic requirement of justice. And it's also quite different from the kind of cost-benefit approaches to justice that are willing to sacrifice the vulnerable for the benefit of the majority. Who are the vulnerable in your decisions tonight? Well, I think, as you just heard, there's no doubt there's been significant economic hardship suffered by those who have lost their jobs and business owners watching their businesses crumble. Justice requires that we act to ameliorate their suffering. However, as significant as that suffering is, there are those in our community who are even more vulnerable. Our elders are significantly at risk of losing their lives to COVID-19. While there have been suggestions that they should be willing to sacrifice their lives for the good of the economy, our elders deserve better than to be tossed aside as expendable elements of a cost-benefit analysis. However, COVID-19 is not simply a scourge for elders. I think we all know and perhaps even have family members with underlying health conditions that make them especially susceptible to this deadly disease. Finally, there's our frontline healthcare workers. A tragic lesson from China, Italy, and New York is that when there's a surge of COVID-19 patients, frontline healthcare workers get sick, and some of them die. These people risk their lives every day to protect our health. They deserve our utmost consideration. Viewed from the lens of the most vulnerable, justice and prudence require precautionary action that best protects the lives of our elders, those with underlying health conditions, and our frontline healthcare workers. We should not allow the relatively small number of cases in Anchorage to lull us to sleep. Exactly 1 month ago, the United States had 52 deaths due to COVID-19. Today, over 20,000. I urge you to extend the authorization of the Mayor's Emergency Declaration and to think very carefully about how we can reopen our economy in a way that best protects the vulnerable. And finally, thank you so much for your service to our community in this difficult time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. I don't see any questions at this time. Thank you very much for your testimony. All right.
Okay,
Go ahead.
Chair, our next caller is Mr. Steve Agnai.
Thank you. And I know I'm getting texts. Some folks on the phone are having trouble hearing. So with the next caller, we're going to, hopefully they'll be clear. If they're not, we'll have to take some steps. But we'll see. And for those who might be watching at home and planning to call in, please speak clearly, loudly, and into your phones.
I did not recognize that as a valid entry.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Steve Agnew?
Yeah, that's me.
Hi, good evening. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Well, thank you.
One moment. I'm sorry, what was his name?
Members of the Assembly, tonight
Okay,
was a civil
go ahead.
emergency, not due to fire or earthquake, all experienced throughout history, but due to the coronavirus sickness, which easily spread, is sadly fatal to some. Civil emergencies, while not uncommon, are not also unknown. We have laws and precedent to guide our response. Alaska, like most states, may grant the executive branch extraordinary powers to take necessary action to curtail the harm consistent with our structure of shared government powers and constitutional rights. This Assembly must carefully design the powers to cure the ill without harming our citizens and impairing their individual rights. However, at this time, this ordinance, as presented, exceeds the proper boundary of powers that are necessary to do the job in the least invasive manner. The proposed period of time for the exercise of these powers, November 15, is far too excessive. This Assembly meets twice per month. In these exigent times, this Assembly must hold that schedule and vote to continue or cease the grant of emergency powers every 2 weeks. The most oppressive emergency order to date is the hunker down or shutdown order. This order, which prevents people from working and confines them to their homes, is an abuse of the police power and violates a plethora of constitutional rights. This shutdown order is stopping people from obtaining health care, is encouraging alcohol and drug abuse, contributing to spousal abuse, and destroying our economy and the tax base that supports the city. A twice monthly review of the necessity for the hunker down order or other order restricting the right to work must be retained by this Assembly and added to this new order. We must also confront an unpleasant fact, because if ignored, it will corrode confidence in our government and the continuance of a civil society. The shutdown order imposes a disproportionate burden not shared by all. The decision makers imposing these burdens, the city executive branch, our highest paid public servants, have not felt the economic pain and burden like small businesses and their employees have. Sadly, despite the slogans, we are not all in this together.
Thank you. And sir, could you restate your name for the record, please?
I now call on Mayor Berkowitz.
Sir, your time has expired. Could you please restate your name for the record?
Salaries of the executive team for the duration of the emergency order. These are not ordinary times.
Thank you, sir. All right. Your time has expired. All right. Please go on to the next caller.
The next caller is Miss Sarah Dunlap.
Sarah Dunlap. Okay.
Hello?
Good evening, Ms. Dunlap. You are on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Okay, I'm sorry. I must be behind if I can hear someone else speaking.
Oh, I see. That was the recording of the meeting. Yes, it does lag just a bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Hi. Thank you very much for calling me. I had planned to, I'm sorry, my name is Sarah Dunlap. I had planned to read something, but with the changes that have happened since the meeting started and Governor Dunleavy coming out, I just wanted to say a couple of things. I'd sent you what I'd planned to read, so hopefully you all will read that. Dunleavy came out today. I was watching this meeting while he said this, so I haven't had a chance to read it. But he said that he's hoping to start opening up some medical things and start opening up the state slowly, which is similar to what I had suggested in my letter that I had written to you earlier. I would just hope at this point that you guys would, rather than give this declaration out to November, that you guys would do, as the person who had spoke before me, every 2 weeks you're meeting anyway. There's no reason to give this long declaration. Every 2 weeks would be enough. You can revote and we can decide whether that's absolutely needed. And I would at this point just really encourage our mayor to follow in Dunleavy's footsteps and start to slowly open our state. I think that we can do it in a way that doesn't put too many people at risk, but also doesn't risk our economy too much. And thank you for listening, and I hope that you guys listen to the majority of people that have been writing into you.
Thank you, Ms. Dunlap.
Your next caller is Mr. Matt Llewellyn.
Llewellyn?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Mr. Llewellyn. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Hello, Mr. Llewellyn. You'll have 3 minutes to testify to item 14V regarding the proposal to extend the emergency declaration.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for hearing me. I would just like to say that I oppose extending this till November. I believe that extending it till November poses the risk for the opportunity for abuse of power, that 2 weeks extension at a time to evaluate as necessary would be adequate. I would also like to open all businesses that can safely operate within CDC guidelines as quickly as possible. It appears that by selectively closing some businesses as opposed to others seems a bit unfair and is adding to the economic distress of the town. So just in short, I believe that I would like the Assembly to open up all businesses that can safely operate with a plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Llewellyn.
Your next caller is Miss Diana Holmes.
I think it's Diane Holmes.
Hey, is this Miss Diana Holmes? Yes. Good evening, Ms. Holmes. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Ms. Holmes, you'll have 3 minutes to discuss item 14V, the resolution to extend the emergency declaration. Go ahead.
Hi. I think that 2 weeks at a time is adequate, but I do have some suggestions on how to do it safely and not to hurt the economy. You have my email, and I've given you several suggestions while keeping us safe, especially given, in my opinion, that once the fish run and the birch leaves are out, people are not going to stay at home. I'm adding a few more suggestions tonight to my prior email. I'm glad to see the extension for the stay in place now allows fabric stores to do at least curbside business. This is reasonable and necessary because if we're going to make masks, Walmart doesn't have any plastic and neither do my neighbors. But consider that other businesses could do the same, especially the sports stores. Fishermen are going to need supplies in May, so why would we give all our business to Amazon? Now, Lowe's and Home Depot are wide open. There is little enforcement for employees to wear a mask. I was there the other day, and people aren't, of course, staying 6 feet away. So curbside pickup can't be any less safe than what Lowe's and Home Depot are doing. And the grocery stores have been doing that for a long time. So why isn't Habitat Restore open? They're every bit as vital for those without jobs as Lowe's is. And why is Bell's Nursery open for unlimited customers, but Forget-Me-Not Nursery in Indian isn't? Wells Fargo is open by appointment and limits customers. So why shouldn't businesses be allowed a limited number of people in their stores, perhaps calculated by square footage? You know, security guards can limit the number of people, and they can insist that masks be worn and distances maintained, and employees wash surfaces frequently. Couldn't some of the federal funds be used to help these smaller businesses who don't have security guards? And now, what about the library? We really need to be able to at least pick up our books that have been placed there on hold on the first floor. I can literally be in and out of there in 60 seconds when I get my books from that hold section. And we really need that library open. And the playgrounds, they've got yellow tape around them, and the children and the parents need these facilities open, especially when breakup's over. And besides, that yellow tape is not a deterrent, trust me. So please consider these additional options for helping the economy and our sanity. Thanks.
Thank you.
Your next caller is Miss Donna Celia.
Donna Celia?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that's for some reason your mic just got really quiet.
Oh, am I calling the same person?
This is Donna.
Good evening, Miss Celia. You are on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Miss Celia, you will have 3 minutes to speak to item 14V regarding the proposal to extend the emergency declaration. If you could please speak loudly and clearly, we'd really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you for taking my call. On Easter Sunday, Dr. Ann Zink boasted rightfully of the developments that Alaska made in improving its ability to respond to COVID-19. Hundreds of new hospital beds have been created in multiple locations throughout the state. Needed medical supplies have now been secured by the state, including those local manufacturing companies that make face shields. Local groups are sewing masks. The national stockpile of ventilators and other supplies has also come through, and thousands of gloves, masks, shields, and medications are now available to Alaska if the need arises. This was exactly what the Assembly argued, that we needed to cooperate with the Hunker Down order in order to buy time to ready the medical system and to pin down a few good treatments. This is good. But now we see that power is not often relinquished by those who possess it. Despite achieving the goals that DHS, the state, and the Muni set, Dr. Zink suggests that we Alaskans now need to be, quote, patient. As she states in her April 12th update, quote, the sacrifices Alaskans have made are monumental, but this pandemic isn't done. Alaskans have a choice to allow it to run through our community again once we lift restrictions, or a choice to be able to keep it at bay. Dr. Zink is right. Alaskans do have a choice, and I am one Alaskan who would choose to lift restrictions and now open the schools, playgrounds, businesses, and do not extend the mayor's powers. It was always understood that we would eventually get COVID-19. The argument that from the start was that herd immunity would eventually need to be achieved, but our medical system was not ready. Now it's ready. Now we have evidence that 99% of people who contract this virus recover fully from it. Many never exhibit any symptoms at all. And for those who need treatment, the treatments now available include chloroquine, zinc, high-dose vitamin C, antibiotics for pneumonia, and antibody transplants, just to name a few. All of these are looking pretty successful. We also have antiviral medications, and we have now learned that sedating and intubating patients on a ventilator might not be indicated if the condition is a low blood oxygen concentration caused by pulmonary edema instead of acute respiratory distress syndrome. So that eliminates at least a few ventilators that you won't need. So there are options. People are recovering. The needs of the medically delicate are met. Below I have included a detailed description of the medical, psychological, and developmental impacts of social isolation. I will not repeat them on this call. I wrote this argument in favor of reopening the playground, but all these arguments apply to society at large. They include the fact that playgrounds are medically necessary for children to be healthy, that there is no evidence that closing them will mitigate transmission. Families are losing resources that they desperately need to remain sane, and that's not an exaggeration. I personally...
Thank you, Ms. Celia. Your time has expired. I do see a question, though, from Mr. Constant. You were in the queue. Do you want to speak to this? No? Okay, I apologize. Thank you, Ms. Celia, for your testimony. Okay, our next caller.
Your next caller is Mr. Eugene Haberman.
Eugene Carl Haberman.
You are correct.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Haberman. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Okay, thank you. Do I start?
Go ahead, Mr. Haberman. You'll have 3 minutes. We're discussing the proposal to extend the emergency declaration.
Right, I'm following. Thank you. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. Alaska resident for over 42 years, approximately 20 of those years a resident of Anchorage and currently a resident of Metcalfe Valley. Now, you had on this item, there was a work session last Friday. I listened to the hookup by phone. I couldn't help but notice the information wasn't, this document is an addendum to the agenda. And it was later put on the website that afternoon, I believe, for the city of Anchorage. But prior to that meeting, it was provided to you. So such a short time of seeing this document, you didn't even have it before going to the meeting, and nor did the public. And the public couldn't see it on site until that meeting on Friday afterwards. I saw it as an addendum. So what kind of conversation is this when that material information, this document that you have tonight, where's the fair chance for the public to be engaged? Now, another thing to strike at is the comment by Assemblymember Kennedy, Friday's note. She recalled only one time when the administration provided a report. And it was understood, in the meetings I attended, the commitment of administration to provide weekly reports to the Assembly. But she could only recall one time. So this emergency, the administration failed to even comply with the requirement of a weekly report to the Assembly. And what kind of conversation is going on between the Assembly and administration? Little or nothing. It's basically the administration doing whatever they want to do without a commitment for those weekly reports. Now that date till November, strongly opposed. The idea to allow that time when the administration failed to show the faith in doing what they need to do, even for those reports, I would not extend more than another month on this and show that the administration comply with the requirement on that information. And the other thing is this, with respect, there's 55 seconds left to speak. I have a clock here, bought those $1 timers to make sure I'm not cut off. But the scenario is that where is the conversation between the people? You keep on not engaging appropriately with the people, and you make these decisions. And how can you be doing the job right? How can the administration do it without having a conversation with the people and putting this on the agenda for Tuesday? Why? Because this was the cutoff time where you needed to do an extension. But you knew when that extension date was coming up. Is this the way to go and show to the people where you're going on this thing? And then, most importantly, where is the plan? Is this plan being written up by the administration day after day? Shouldn't it have been on the shelf and pulled out and said, This is our plan. This is what we worked on over the administration to case this situation. This is an ongoing plan that the public doesn't even see. Every day it changes, and that's all I have to say. My time's up.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman.
Your next caller is Dr. Ryan Webb. Good evening, Mr. Webb. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Thank you.
Dr.
Good
Webb.
evening. Thank you for your...
Go ahead. You have 3 minutes to discuss the proposed extension of the emergency declaration. Please speak loudly and clearly, if you don't mind.
Will do. Good evening, and thank you for your time and attention to this matter. I earlier submitted a letter on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Alaska Hospitalist Group. We are the largest group of private inpatient physicians in the state of Alaska, covering Providence, Alaska Regional, St. Elias, and facilities outside of the municipality. Along with many other physicians within our group, I have personally cared for COVID-19 patients, and we want you to understand the unique challenges we face as a result of this pandemic. The high risk of transmission to healthcare workers is well known, but more concerning to us is the speed with which these patients can deteriorate. When compared to other illnesses, a subset of these patients transition from walking and talking to distress to extremis with remarkable speed. Taking a patient from the community into the ER, then to a medical ward, and then to the intensive care unit requires a remarkable number of team members, supplies, and specialized facilities. We are fortunate in that this process continues to proceed smoothly, but it is fragile and vulnerable to depletion of any of those resources. A large surge of patients threatens all of them and all of us. Our best tool to avoid that surge is to continue to socially distance in an effort to flatten the curve. As a physician, I value reliable information and prognostication, and so the many unknowns regarding this disease and its societal impacts are deeply frustrating to me personally. Loosening restrictions now, before we have seen our predicted surge, takes us further into the unknown and exposes us to the multiplicative risk of an overwhelmed healthcare system. No one wants to experience severe COVID-19, but doing so with or without a functional and responsive healthcare system are starkly different scenarios. Before restrictions are loosened, we strongly advise that a plan to do so is created. We counsel you and the mayor to base that plan on disease incidence, availability of testing and PPE supplies, and healthcare capacities. For now, we urge you to continue the emergency declaration and restrictions that it imposes. We thank you and are grateful for the work that the city has done, and we thank you for your time and attention to this matter. Thank you.
Doctor, we have a question for you from Mr. Weddleton.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Can you hear okay?
I believe so. It's a little bit garbled, but I will do my best.
Okay, that might be normal for me. Sorry. We hear that the hospitals are well below capacity right now, and that medical professionals are being laid off because elective surgeries and so on aren't being done. What is your sense about the capacity of hospitals right now?
It is correct that we are operating below our available capacity. That is accurate information that you have received. I think that the idea there is we still have not reached what our predicted surge is going to be, and so it still makes sense for us to have as much capacity as is available. That being said, I know that the longer that we prolong routine care, the more dangerous it can become for patients. So we too see that balance between remaining too restrictive for too long or too short a period of time. I think from the majority of physicians who provide inpatient or acute care to those within the hospital, we still see value in maintaining that excess of capacity at least for the next week, if not perhaps a bit longer, in order to ensure that we are ready for a possible surge. If we have a peak of cases and inpatient utilization, after that period of time, to us, it makes sense to start to liberalize restrictions and ideally allow both more businesses to reopen and also more healthcare to be consumed in an elective or non-emergent manner. Does that make sense?
That helps. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, Dr. Webb. I don't have any other questions for you. Appreciate your testimony.
Your next caller is Jesse Thacker.
Jeff Stafford?
Jesse Thacker.
Thacker, okay.
Hello, this is Jesse.
Hello, Mr. Thacker. You are on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Oh, thank you very much.
Mr. Thacker, you'll have 3 minutes to discuss item 14V, which is a proposal to extend the emergency declaration. Please speak loudly and clearly if you would, and go ahead.
Thank you very much. Distinguished Assembly members, Mayor Berkowitz, and fellow citizens of Anchorage, I appreciate the time to talk today. I will make it brief. Governments do their best to represent the people as the situation dictates. With the consideration of the current events, I believe we must look at a little bit of history here about what really defines disease. The polio virus has been around since the early Egyptians. As in 1950, the world population was 2.5 billion people, and yet annually over 500,000 people died of polio. Yet it was not labeled as a pandemic. According to the World Health Organization, influenza is still the #1 killer, with over 7 million infections annually, and there were 30,000 deaths alone from October 1st, 2019 to January 31st of this year. TB is one of the top 10 killers and the leading cause from a single infectious agent in the world, with 1.5 million people dying annually from the disease. Under the current circumstances, I don't believe the data that we're getting shows this virus to be that. But ultimately, that's not really the real killer here. What is not reported is how poverty-related deaths in the United States alone, according to the Columbia University's 2011 study, reported there were over 874,000 poverty deaths in the U.S. alone. Why is this relevant? Unemployment causes poverty. Poverty causes stress, anxiety, drug abuse, and a number of social ills. Fear and stress alone will kill us long before this virus does. Statewide deaths due to stress, stress-related illness, social disorder from unemployment, and business closures will be far more catastrophic than any disease ever could be. Pair this with saddling our returning workforce with greater debt, higher taxes, less take-home pay. Poverty will be the greatest killer of Alaskans and the Alaskan economy in 2019 and beyond. We need to not extend these emergency powers, but return the decision-making authority to our state and local representatives. Based on the information available, their constituents' inputs, projected economic results of current policies in place, our elected representatives can make sound solutions to reopen our Alaskan economy. We need to take this action immediately. I myself do trust my local representatives, do trust the people that were put in power, or put in authority in the different Anchorage city positions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Your next caller is Mr. James Carter.
Thank you.
Hello, this is James.
Good evening, Mr. Carter. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Hi. Yes.
Hello, Mr. Carter. You have 3 minutes to discuss item 14V, the proposal to extend the declaration of emergency. If you would, please speak loudly and clearly so folks on the phone can hear you. Go ahead.
I would like to speak against extending it because we already have an emergency order from the governor that is more than adequate to keep us safe and socially distanced from one another. We do not need additional regulation at this time. And furthermore, I know that a lot of people have been pushing for us to do further testing, but quite frankly, at this point, waiting on that testing is going to do more harm to this city. It's going to cause more businesses to go under. It is going to cause more people to get into financial destitution, and it is not serving the people who elected you to your position. And that is all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Appreciate your testimony.
Your next caller is Mr. Steve Cruz.
Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Cruz. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Hello, Mr. Cruz. You'll have 3 minutes to discuss item 14V, the proposal to extend the declaration of emergency. If you would, please speak loudly and clearly into your mic. It's a little bit hard to hear here.
Okay, I just think there should be no more extension of the emergency order. We are way past having an emergency in Anchorage with a handful of cases. The whole idea for the emergency was to make sure we had medical capacity, which we clearly do. In fact, the governor, as you probably heard, has said we can open up elective medical procedures. So there's really no reason for an emergency extension of declaration. And frankly, the hunker down order was overkill. There's businesses closed that could operate right now that because of this emergency order gives the mayor way too much power. And it doesn't need to be extended not only to November 15th, not to June 15th, not at all. There's nothing urgent left. So that's the main concern I've got. And we need to get back to due process. The quote that the mayor should be allowed to it enables him to spend money more freely is clearly not what we need right now. And I'd encourage you to not be more strict than the state. The state is not hunkering down people through May 4th. We don't need to do that in Anchorage. Right now, we've got more of a disaster caused by all these layoffs. That's the disaster. COVID's not the disaster anymore. It's the 20,000 people out of work. And I'd like you to be responsible and try and get people back to work in a responsible way as soon as possible. But we don't need any more emergency declarations. We don't need an extension to, certainly not November, and really not till June. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cruz. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
We have one more caller.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Your last caller is Ms. Gloria Merritt. Good evening, Ms. Merritt. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Thank you.
Ms. Merritt, thank you for calling today or taking our call. You have 3 minutes to discuss item 14V, the proposal to extend the emergency declaration. If you could please speak loudly and clearly, we'd really appreciate it. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me clearly?
Yep, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Okay, because I have a little echo, but I'll go ahead and I'll try to do my best. Good evening to the Anchorage Assembly and also to the mayor and the other attendees of this assembly meeting. I am Gloria Bamberg Merritt, and I live in Anchorage, Alaska, and I've lived here for 30 years. And I'm going to be real short and brief. I come to you before you today telephonically to speak on a couple of issues in reference to I'm a business owner, I'm a landlord, and I also rent space as well. And I'm also a doctor in the community. And I own several, like I said, I own several businesses to include property. And I also come to you because I also own a salon as well, even though I'm a doctor. And I'm really concerned in reference about the hunker down, which is really needed. But I know I hear from a lot of individuals who are rent salon space and our own salons, and also people who are landlords as well. And it's kind of like a catch-22 in reference to saying you being a landlord and the people cannot come into the space to provide services. So the landlord is hurting from that perspective. And then as a renter of a space in a facility, those individuals are not able to pay their rent where they may have a contract for 2 or 3 years with a landlord. And so I was wondering if the municipality and the mayor, have you guys been talking about, are concerned about the landlord and the renters as well, the business owners? And are you discussing having a some type of package, a relief package for landlords and people who rent space as well, but not just renting the commercial property, but renting from individuals who are renting like for housing or what have you? Because I know when this first came out, it was stated that, if I'm correct, was informing a lot of the people that they did not have to pay rent for 3 months. But that puts a hardship on people who own property. And when it comes to the banks, not calling any bank name, banks are out there to make money. And, of course, I would not want to go out there and try to borrow anything from the bank because the thing is it puts you in a greater hardship later on. So it's just a catch-22 that's going on in reference to even extending the time until November.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time has expired, ma'am. Your time has expired. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Mr. Chair, we do have one more caller.
Oh, we do? Okay.
One that I missed, Mr. Clinton Brown.
Okay.
Can you give him a call?
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Brown. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Yes.
Mr. Brown, you'll have 3 minutes to discuss item 14V, the proposal to extend the emergency declaration. If you please speak loudly and clearly, we'd really appreciate it. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Clinton Brown, an owner of 2 small businesses in Anchorage, and I'm going to be a little more blunt than the other callers. Who gets to decide what is an essential business? If you don't have any money because you're not allowed to work, then there are no essential businesses because you have nothing to spend. If you're shutting down 3/4 of the population's livelihood, then everything should be shut down. All business, both private and government, should cease to operate. No one in the municipal government or school system should be receiving a paycheck, and that includes the mayor. You have no right to tell me that I cannot operate my business while you sit in your ivory tower feasting off of the income that I'm providing. I want every municipal employee sent home immediately, and their paycheck stopped. They can file for unemployment just like everyone else in town has to do, and they can wait 6 weeks to receive the benefits. And maybe in 2 or 3 months, they'll get their extra $600.
Does that sound reasonable? It doesn't, does it? If not, then stop screwing around with the foundation and principles that this country was built on and let people get back to their lives. Spend the federal money that you're getting to protect the most vulnerable in our community, and the rest of us will attempt to repair the damage you have done by your tyrannical orders. I know all of you are smarter than us, and you're being advised by people who might be equally as smart as you, and we're just serfs who are unable to understand the magnitude of this situation, and you know better than us. But the people of this city are overwhelmingly against giving Berkowitz any additional time or authority in regards to the declaration of civil emergency and this tyrannical hunker-down order. Berkowitz is not a king, and we will not allow him to be a dictator. There should be no extension whatsoever, and any additional measures should be voted on by the full assembly with public comment. And if the public says there is no additional, and if the public says no, then there's no additional debate. We do not have a Politburo that decides our fate. We have a constitutional republic in which the head of state or city and other representatives are elected, but they do not have uncontrolled power. Their power is given to them with exclusive input by the people, and the people are saying you get no more power. Unilateral governing by fear and panic is over. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. All right. Is there anyone else?
That concludes our callers, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk, and I'll note again for the record that we received many, many emails that were read by my colleagues and I. We also compiled many of them into a document that will be entered into the permanent record. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Are there any proposed amendments?
I'd like to move Weddleton and Zolotel Amendment number 1. Second.
Moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Ms. Zolotel. Amendment number 1. We're going to try to get that up on the screen here. Mr. Weddleton or Ms. Zolotel, could one of you please describe the amendment?
This amendment would extend until would change the extension date from November 15th, 2020 to Friday, June 5th, 2020. It does that in the last whereas and also in Section 1.
Okay. All right. So the first question is from Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It must have been a competition. So I appreciate Ms. Zolotel and Mr. Weddleton for putting this amendment forward. I think it's much more in line with the direction that we should be going with this emergency declaration. I have a question for the administration in regards to a lot of the comments that we get in 2 weeks, 1 month, June or November. What is the difference for the administration in terms of planning, procurement, anything that the administration is doing during this public health emergency with shifting how often or when this emergency gets extended to?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Rivera, this is Jason Dockenset. I mean, I think one of the biggest issues that we have is the fact that the state has its own emergency order or emergency declaration and all of their other orders. So to the extent that, and they all go out a ways in terms of dates. So to the extent that we can be closer aligned to where they are with their orders, we believe that there is the lessening of confusion by the public on what to expect and how we go about reopening. I think broadly speaking, though, the longer that we can have, the better ability that we have to, again, continue to flatten the curve, continue to build up capacity with our hospitals and medical community. And I think that's, unless Mayor Berkowitz wants to add anything else, I think those are the main points that I was making.
If I could, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
This is very difficult for me because I never wanted to have this kind of authority or be confronting with this situation. But Mr. Balkenstedt is absolutely correct. The state extends out till November 15th. We do not anticipate being in a hunker-down mode for very much longer. But as we confront the reality of what it takes to manage the city's response to a pandemic, it is going to take an ongoing effort. The pandemic will not disappear when the hunker-down order disappears. There will be opportunities for it to reappear and resurface and pose an ongoing threat to our population. We will also confront situations where there might be a need to acquire certain equipment very quickly on contingencies that we can't foresee at this time. There might be a need to redeploy municipal employees in a way that respond to the existent threat. And so the existence of being under an emergency proclamation gives me that ability to respond. I do think it is more than appropriate, it is desirable from my perspective, that the Assembly put some hard benchmarks in an emergency proclamation that extends out to November 15th and says, we are going to review this emergency on a regular basis to make sure that it is still required. I think that is an essential part of the check and balance. And I encourage you to do that. But I think there's a difference between setting a hard end on, in this case, June 5th, which is not coterminous with the state's November 15th end. I support the idea of making a hard visitation on June 5th, but this Assembly meets every 2 weeks. We report to you all on an ongoing basis. There are sufficient checks and balances in place. So, whereas I appreciate the intent of going to June 5th, and again, as I said, I encourage that as a benchmark time for the Assembly to say we are going to review the emergency proclamation. Having an emergency proclamation that extends out to the same point that the state's emergency proclamation does gives us the ability to respond in tandem with the state, which gives us a greater ability to answer the public health threat that we will confront for a good long stretch of time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Rivera, do you have any follow-up questions?
No follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Zalatel, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the mayor's comment about hard benchmarks. That's exactly what this June 5th date does. It brings us back to reassess the situation and convene a public conversation about the current state of COVID, the emergency, and what the best course of action is. It also occurs after a couple of what I think are significant events. One is the end of the school year, and two is summer. Summer will be upon us by June 5th, and we can talk about what the state of the emergency, if it still exists, looks like going through summer, which is just a very different time for Alaskans. It's one we all look forward to, and I think if we've learned anything with having this conversation about extending the emergency declaration, is that it is a time of public conversation, significant public conversation, and I want to have a hard and fast date that that's going to happen, because frankly, while I appreciate that we have received responses to our requests for information, I will echo what Ms. Kennedy has said previously, is we've not gotten those weekly reports. And so I don't know of what other hard benchmarks to put in place other than to bring this back before the body for public testimony and for debate, because I think that is extremely valuable as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question was already asked and answered.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Dyson, you're in the queue.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to ask for a little bit of leeway here. I am going to support this amendment. But I have some inside information that I think is valuable. Both this mayor and this governor are working pretty hard and I think pretty smart on several ways to allow businesses to reopen and other ones to operate under some rational requirements. And they're both bright guys, and they really see the necessity of getting more of the economy back in place. And I would add the subjective thing is part of our job is not only to pass laws and budgets and buy things, but also to be a little bit of leaders. And this community and our country need some hope, and they need to see some light out there ahead of us. And my best solution is that we just extend this authority for maybe the middle of next month and give the governor and the mayor, or perhaps the mayor and the governor in that order, to have laid out on the table their plans for allowing much more commercial enterprise to go forward and be back active. Unfortunately, I think with that plan out before us, then the citizens, I think, will have more comfort in allowing the governor and the mayor to have the authority to do what needs to be done in terms of the health risk. So I will support this. My best choice would be for it to be shortened up to 3 weeks or so out and let the mayor lay on the table his plans and the team he's been working with to get things moving again. So, and this, I'll bring this up later on this discussion, but I absolutely agree that that the mayor ought to be coming back to this body at least every month, and I would prefer every 2 weeks, to extend his authority. We now have switched from the assembly being in control and so on to the assembly's only move, if we don't like what the mayor is doing or the authority he has, is to come and be proactively stopping what the mayor is doing. It ought to be the other way. We ought to be proactively approving it. We're the folks that represent the people. So in summary, I want to shorten up the date. I want to give the mayor and the governors some time to lay on the table their plans for the economic recovery. And I don't want the assembly, future assembly, which I cheerfully will not be on, being in the position of having to be the cop standing up with a stop sign. I want you guys to have the power to be the guys that are gently holding the reins and only going forward when your good sense, which I've come to respect, says so. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. All right, so in the queue we have Ms. Kennedy, Mr. Peterson, Ms. Constant, and Ms. LaFrance. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think all of us have gotten quite a few emails recently, and certainly I would say tonight's testimony probably encapsulated most of that pretty well. And I think whether people are misinformed or not, there is definitely a stress out there that's being felt by most of the community, if not all. And for some people, it's just living in the reality of what this has meant to their loss of income, or to other people, it's just kind of having that sympathy for what all those people are literally going through and what their new reality is. So either way, all of the information that I've heard, even from people that support extending the declaration of emergency, are very aware of what's really happening to the community. And me, when we first had the first opportunity to extend the emergency declaration after the 48-hour period, excuse me, I wanted to do that in about 2 weeks. and that wasn't going to fly, so I kind of settled for the 6 weeks. So I'm kind of looking at this in the same way. To move out an extension date of 7 months is just unprecedented, and you can say, yeah, we're in unprecedented times, but at the same time, we have the ability to be as reactionary as we need to be, and I think we've proven that already. And so just going out a few more weeks from today is really not a hardship, but it at least gives the community that peace of mind that, hey, there is light at the end of the tunnel. People are paying attention. They are understanding what we're going through. And for me, that is a much bigger reason to just say, let's go with this particular June 5th deadline. And as June 5th rolls around, we're going to know a whole lot more than we do today, a whole lot more. And we're going to be able to make even better decisions for the rest of the summer and into the fall. So if we do that in increments, I think we're a whole lot better off than if we try to take one big giant chunk. So I want to support this amendment. And I will say that if this amendment doesn't pass, one of the things that I will probably do is throw out an amendment to add a motion that will actually keep a motion to rescind on hand that will be on the agenda for every meeting. I think it was Mr. Weddleton brought up the fact that the Mat-Su Borough is doing this so that at every meeting they have the option of actually stopping the declaration at that every meeting. So either way, I think we need to work together with this, with the mayor and his staff, and I think we are at this point. So I would hope that that this amendment sounds reasonable to all of us, and we can just move forward like we are. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I was going to talk a little bit about the November 15th date and why that ended up getting set like that by the governor. It's my understanding that the legislature was planning to recess, and they didn't want to have to travel all the way back to Juneau to vote on an extension of the emergency for the governor. And so they set a date out into the middle of November so that they wouldn't have to fly specifically back just to extend that date. And so they have not adjourned, they're just in recess right now. But we here on the Assembly meet every couple of weeks, and we're all here locally. We don't have to fly in from anywhere. So we're in a much better position to reassess the situation. And so I actually have an amendment to the amendment. And it's a one-word change. It would change the word June to the word May. So instead of extending it to May 5th, it would be an extension to, instead of being an extension to June 5th, it would be an extension to May 5th.
Second.
And that's 3 weeks from now. A lot of things can happen and developments can take place in 3 weeks. And I think we'll be in a better situation to have more information to see what developments have taken place and what the statistics look like. And we can, and like some of the testifiers have said, we meet regularly and we should be in a position to review this in a regular.
Mr. Peterson, can I make a suggestion to the amendment? So we set June 5th, or the proposal June 5th is not actually on the meeting night. It's several days later. Would you be willing to do the same thing on your amendment to the amendment? I think we've realized that setting it on the night of the Assembly meeting is problematic. So rather than May 5th, would you consider, I guess that would be May 8th or 9th, I think here. This is not saying I support the amendment to the amendment. I'm just suggesting that could the amendment to the amendment be May 8th instead of May 5th? Are you okay with that? Mr. Peterson?
Sure, May 8th is fine then.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Peterson. Will the second agree to that, the 8th instead of the 5th? Okay. Yes. So the proposal, the amendment to the amendment would change June 5th to May 8th. Is there any discussion regarding the amendment to the amendment?
Mr. Chair, who made the second? I didn't hear it.
Mr. Dyson did. Apologies. Mr. Constant, you were in the queue. Do you want to speak to the amendment to the amendment?
My comments are the same to either date. So I don't support at all this idea of moving it to May. We need some certainty in our planning and in good order in how we do our business. So June is already a stretch. But I actually have an amendment in the stack that would, rather than us pick a date when this ends, would be continue it until the day the state's emergency ends. And there are manifold reasons why we would be wise to do that. The fact is that the emergency isn't going anywhere. The governor just stated this evening that for his part, he will not put the economy before lives, and that's the argument we're being asked to take on. And by shortening this, we are putting lives at risk. While some people suggest that, look, it's all blown out, the models are false. No, we were successful at bending the curve, but it's not over. We're going to have wave after wave of this until we have the resources and supplies necessary. And so the idea of shutting down the emergency order for the municipality while it continues at the state puts the municipality of Anchorage at a severe disadvantage to the entire state. And we are the hub at which all of these services are really distributed and delivered across the whole state. And so we are putting ourselves at risk of setting that whole system awry if we step out of the flow and don't do our part. Also, there are some considerations that if we truncate this emergency order and decide Anchorage is fine, we're all fine, no problem. The question that I have, and I haven't had a good answer, is what happens to all of those beneficiary programs that have been established to provide relief to people? When Anchorage says it's fine, does that $1.5 billion then get sent outside of Anchorage because we've said we don't have a problem? I find a lot of difficulty in the consideration of shortening this time, and I think we would be wisest to follow the wisdom of the governor in this case, which is an amazing thing for me to say. And really, it's the wisdom of the state's chief medical officer, Ann Zink. I had a conversation with her last night, and in the conversation, I asked her, what's really the best move here? And her advice was, first, she doesn't want to get in front of the mayor or the governor, but that we have a short amount of time before this hunker down, this real shelter-in-place process can end, and that happens when we have robust testing and tracing in place, not just in Anchorage, but statewide, so that we can track down the cases and stop them where they are, as opposed to sheltering everybody. But that's conversation B. Conversation A is, when do we extend this emergency to? And so, if we're going to have stood up an emergency operations center, having a staff managing our interactions, we have actually a duty to provide the certainty that they need. Now, I'm okay with the June 5th date because I think on June 5th or whatever that date might be that we get to that question, we will get 1,000 more emails. We'll hear a bunch of people who have lit their hair on fire, tie their knickers in a knot, and swinging from the chandeliers to tell us that we're being dictators and we aren't listening and we have no sense, and all of the commentary that we've received. I've received a number of comments from people that were heartfelt and very germane and did suggest to open everything up, many that were not. But I think the argument that we need to be looking at is the big picture of what is our place in this whole system, what is our duty to the people who live in this city, and also what is our duty to the people of the state. And so for the purposes of this short amendment, I would argue that the answer is no. We can't shorten it to just 2 weeks. We have a duty for the people of Anchorage to protect them.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I have Ms. LaFrance. You were in the queue before. Do you want to speak to the amendment to the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, actually, my intention had been to propose an amendment that would have shortened the time frame as well. I share Mr. Dyson's and Mr. Peterson's preference for a shorter time frame for us to revisit and acknowledge this has been a stressful situation and a changing situation, and we'll be in a better position in 3 weeks to make decisions about how to proceed. I would feel more comfortable with a date farther out if we had a clearer idea of the plan to how we're going to partially reopen. especially for businesses that can operate under guidelines that protect the health of employees. So I am in support and urge support of changing the date to May 8th or 9th. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I oppose a shorter time than June for a lot of the reasons Mr. Constant said. I think we will, if we continually reassess, which I think the mayor's team is doing, and perhaps we just need to be better looped in, quite honestly, then I think we're really not providing any continuity or certainty. The June date was particularly chosen because of the changes that will occur, significant changes that affect a large number of our residents' lives, which is the end of school, which may not feel terribly significant, but it will be different, and we'll also know the landscape for summer camps and what childcare may or may not be available during the summer. And it'll be summer, and we will know a little bit more about what summer might need to look like, both from the state and the municipal perspective at that time. So I think we need a longer than just a few weeks. I think we need a month or more. But I do think we need to review the order with some kind of regularity so that we can have this public conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with the sentiments that Ms. Zolotel just shared, and we'll be voting no on this amendment. I think June 5th is reasonable and wise, and I think regardless of whether this amendment gets passed on May 8th or June 5th, I don't think any of us are saying that we are fine, and so no one is saying that by setting this date. I think we're saying at this date we will have another conversation, and I think that's important to have. And by extending to November, we really aren't allowing for that type of public conversation. And I think we can work with, and we should be working with, and I know we are working with the governor and his team, but I think we would be wise to follow our own path of local control, and I think that's what June 5th allows us to do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. As is often the case, I agree with the remarks of Mr. Rivera. There's nothing in what I'm proposing that anticipates at all that we won't continue with emergency orders, and the mayor won't have authority to do it. What I is proposing is a bit public relations, but it is to give the mayor, with his hired man, the governor, a chance to get their plans together and announce to us all what they're going to do on terms of getting the economy going and getting people back to work. And then I completely believe that you all will then be able to vote even with more comfort about the ongoing extensions of the mayor's authority as is needed. So I don't think that what we're trying to do here, either with Pete's amendment or John's, it all jeopardizes our concern and ability to deal with the emergency that we're in. So please, I don't think any of us are wanting to have the concern about health go away, and we're not sacrificing health for anybody's wealth and so on. And with all due respect to my friend the mayor, I'm utterly incapable of understanding the logic of why our city's date has to be the same as the governor's. Imagine what you were trying to do if you try to figure out to have our dates in sync with the president's. So I don't see the logic of that argument, but whatever, how much we extend it, and I hope it's month by month or shorter, there's nothing in that keeps our mayor from cooperating with the governor and others out there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment to the amendment? Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to my colleagues for thinking through this so thoughtfully. I think that June 5th is an appropriate timeline and gives the mayor and his team some certainty to be able to spend their efforts planning and working on all of these EOs and all of the things that come with that, that frankly, we are lucky we didn't have to spend the time doing, and I know they're working around the clock. So I don't feel comfortable asking them to come back so soon, and I won't be supporting the amendment. But I think June 5th makes a lot of sense.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Would anyone else like to speak to the amendment to the amendment? Okay, please vote on the amendment to the amendment. Madam Clerk, if you could please take the vote.
No.
You want to turn your microphone on, ma'am? Barbara, sorry. Sorry, we have a mask-related.
Ms. Solotel?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
No.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
No.
The amendment to the amendment fails 4-7. We are now back to the original amendment, which was changing the date to June 5th. Are there any additional comments or questions regarding this amendment? I'll pause for a moment just in case someone wants to text me. Okay. Not seeing any other discussion, please vote on this amendment.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
That amendment passes unanimously. We are now back to the main motion as amended. Would anyone else like to speak? We have first Mr. Perez Verdia in the queue and then Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Perez Verdia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have a question for the mayor if he's able to respond. He mentioned in the previous comment that he intends on beginning to change the hunker down order as soon as possible. I think that the overwhelming majority of the emails that we've received regarding the emergency declaration extension were really about the hunker down policy and concerns around that. I wonder if the mayor, as it relates to this vote, has any information that he can share on a timeline to begin to change the hunker down policy.
Thank you very much for that question. And the answer is yes, we have information to share. I think the first bit of information, working in conjunction with the governor and the governor's medical team, we are going to do what we can to make sure that elective procedures are available to people on a certain schedule, and that will be announced formally tomorrow by the governor's office. And I think that will be of great interest. Then if I could take a quick look at some of the changes in our proposed emergency order. We are going to allow what are considered non-essential businesses to have 2 people on site instead of 1. And I'm sorry, I read with the mask. It's very difficult for me to read. I'm going to have Mr. Bockenstedt do some reading here.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Perez-Verdia, what I'll do is I'll break it down into 2 separate groups. So changes that will impact businesses, and then changes that update or change the guidance for individuals. So first, with the business changes. We are going to prohibit businesses from knowingly permitting symptomatic employees or others likely to be contagious with COVID-19 from working outside the home. Mandates that businesses must allow and strongly encourage employees to wear cloth face coverings or masks when around the public or in close proximity to other employees. As the mayor mentioned, allows up to 2 people to be inside a non-critical business that is closed for the public for purposes of essential upkeep, site maintenance, performing payroll, or facilitating remote business operations. I just want to note here that non-critical businesses may not operate via curbside or delivery service model still. It clarifies that critical business operations must primarily consist of one of the operations listed in Section 6 that we will share. It also clarifies that farmers markets, food trucks, and landscapers are critical businesses. It also makes some clarifications to one of the sections in there in regards to legal services. We've obviously gotten a lot of questions from attorneys about every little detail in there, so we've made some minor clarifications there. And then finally, in regards to businesses, because we are also switching to strongly encouraging cloth masks, we are going to allow all sewing, quilting, and fabric stores to open for curbside pickup or delivery only. So switching to the updated guidance for individuals, we update the ordinance so that it applies to everyone in Anchorage by mandating that everyone stay home as much as possible, and that the home may include a residence, a temporary residence, or a shelter. We again strongly encourage individuals to wear a cloth face covering or mask whenever in public, and it requires individuals who have recently traveled outside of Alaska to self-quarantine for 14 days in accordance with the state's health mandate 10.1. So those are all of the changes that we will be making in regards to the hunker down order. As I believe the mayor said earlier as well, we will be extending this order through 11:59 p.m. on May the 5th. So 3 weeks from now, we will come back and reevaluate. And as the mayor also mentioned, we'll continue to work with the state and the governor's office to figure out, what are the key benchmarks that we are going to have to see over the next couple weeks, so that on May 5th, maybe we can get to the point where we start loosening up the hunker down order even more. Now, 2 additional orders that will also be extended. EO2 is the one that the mayor just mentioned, that in conjunction with the governor's office, we're going to be working with them to open up certain non-emergency or non-urgent medical procedures. So we will likely only be extending that order for about a week until a new order can be put in place that allows some of those procedures to continue. The other one is Emergency Order 4, which is the non-enforcement of the 10-cent bag fee. We will be amending that one as well to include non-enforcement of the use of plastic bags. The Assembly just recently tonight passed a resolution urging the administration to do that, and we will take such action to allow folks, as a result of some supply chain issues with businesses getting additional paper bags. We will allow plastic bag use only until the end of the declared emergency. So I believe that incorporates the entirety of all of the changes to the different emergency orders. Happy to answer any additional questions.
And Mr. Chair, if I could just explain one additional point.
Yes.
Unaccustomed as I am to speaking in your meetings. the reason why we are taking these steps goes back to the reasons why we stepped into an emergency to begin with. We're contending with the pandemic, and we said at the outset that we had to do two things. We had to flatten the curve and raise the bar. And by flattening the curve, what we were addressing is what's called the R0 of the pandemic, of the disease. COVID-19 left to itself has an R0 of approximately 2.4, meaning each sick individual, if left unattended, will infect 2.4 people. Because of the efforts we've made here, we believe that the R0 of COVID in Alaska is below 1.3 right now. We're still gathering more accurate data, building better models. But that indicates that the efforts we have made have been hugely successful, and we're going to continue with them because, as I said earlier, the disease still lurks out there. And if we do too much too fast, then the disease can come back, and the spiking and the fatalities that we have avoided still pose a risk to the general public. The second thing that we've done with this time period is raise the bar, which is to say we have increased our capacity to contend with this disease. We didn't have enough ventilators before. We have more ventilators. We didn't have emergency facilities that would allow for the treatment of a surge of patients. We have those facilities now. We don't have enough personal protective equipment, but we were able to gather enough so that we feel some measure of comfort in allowing the medical professionals to perform the elective procedures that were precluded by not only our orders, but the state's orders out of an abundance of caution and concern about the supply lines for those PPEs. So whereas this has been incredibly difficult for people, it has been very successful from the public health side of the equation. And we are intensely mindful that it has come at a fantastic economic cost. And when I say fantastic, I mean in the most terrible way. We are working diligently to be able to open up our community. But in order to open this community or other community, there are three requirements that we are developing along with every other community in America. You have to have the ability to test. Our ability to test is better now than it has been before. It is still not as pervasive as it needs to be. You have to have the ability to trace, meaning that if you come in contact with an individual who's been exposed to the disease, you need to be able to understand who that individual has been in contact with so you can constrain that universe of people so as to limit the spread of the disease. And thirdly, you have to have the ability to treat. And that is something we have a greater capacity to do. It is not nearly as complete as we would like it to be. It is not nearly as complete as it will be when there is a vaccine, when there are better medical treatments available, but it is better today than it was a month ago. So understanding the context of where we are in the public health crisis that we're in is why we feel some comfort in easing off on the restrictions under the hunker down order. But we are very mindful that this disease is still out there, and we are incredibly proud of this community for having responded the way it has. By many measures, Anchorage and Alaska have done better than any other place in the country in being proactive and being responsive, and that has had the effect of saving lives. And we need to know that, and we need to celebrate that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have some more amendments. I'd like to get through those before we get back to the main motion. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move Rivera, Quinn Davidson, amendment number 2.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Constant. Could you please describe the amendment?
If I could speak to it, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So, probably like many of my colleagues, after getting the resolution to extend the declaration on Friday, I began to do a lot of research to better inform myself for the vote that we're about to take, hopefully in short order. Although I appreciate everything the administration has done in response to this pandemic, I was frustrated to get so little information on why we should extend the declaration. Other than sort of the very obvious reasons. And very thankful for the administration to responding back to an email I sent with some specific questions. They responded back on Sunday, and that led to even more research. This amendment puts onus on the administration to prove to us in the community to come to the end of this declaration why we should extend. So I ask for the support of my colleagues. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Would anyone else like to speak to this amendment?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, I'm sorry, who is that?
Ms. LaFrance.
Oh, go ahead, Mr.
Point of
Frank.
order. Could someone tell me when the amendment was emailed to us? I'm just having difficulty finding it.
I believe they were sent at about 3 p.m., but why don't we resend those? I mean, there's been probably 400 emails since then. So.
And Mr. Chair, probably the reason Ms. LaFrance and maybe some of the other members are having difficulty finding it, it's page 2
Right.
Of an amendment, so you have to scroll down.
Oh, yeah.
Same document.
Yeah, that is a little bit unusual. Why don't we resend that? Unless, Ms. LaFrance, have you been able to find the Amendment 1, and then if you scroll down, it's Amendment 2?
I've gotten through a few hundred. Let me check.
Okay, I think we're going to resend it as well.
I think I have it.
Okay, Ms. LaFrance indicates to me that she now has the amendment. Does everybody have, please speak up if you don't have the amendment yet. Otherwise, we'll continue with debate. Okay, would anyone else like to speak to the amendment? Looks like we have Ms. Kennedy, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I appreciate this amendment. I will support it. One of the things that, I had mentioned before is that I felt like I was pretty much left in the dark about a lot of things, and not that I couldn't have asked specific questions and gotten answers. I agree that that certainly is something I can do, and I have always gotten good responses back from the administration, so I appreciate that. But a lot more information needed to be more forthcoming to the point where I wouldn't have to go kind of like trying to figure out or hearing things secondhand or whatever. So I appreciate what I think this amendment is meant to do, and that is to just have some of that information sent to us before we actually begin to have questions. So I do want to say that getting the report that we did yesterday was very informative, very helpful, and that's exactly the kind of thing that I am hoping will continue on a weekly basis, because that really explains to me a lot of the thought process behind the things that are going on. When there's so many people involved in dealing with the pandemic, there's a lot of moving parts and pieces, and just from an assembly person's perspective, those are things that we have to keep up on. So this amendment, I think, does the same thing for getting to the point of when we would be asked to do any kind of other additional extension. So I will support it. I think this is a good move for all of us. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. In the queue, I have Mr. Constant.
Yeah, I was actually going to say just the last part of what Ms. Kennedy said, that report that we received yesterday from Mr. Slomski-Pritz was the perfect format to do regular reporting and hopefully build up to that last report, whatever that might be. So that, I think, is already the basis that's begun. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Not the first time or the last time Mr. Slomski-Pritz has submitted a perfect report, I'm sure. Would anyone else like to speak to this amendment? All right, please vote on this amendment.
Mr. Weddleton,
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel,
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy,
Yes.
Mr. Rivera,
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson,
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia.
Yes.
That amendment passes unanimously. Are there any additional amendments? Mr. Constant?
Yep, Mr. Chair, I would move the amendment number 3, which would add some very current specific data relating to cases as of today.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So this is the amendment submitted by myself at request of the mayor, moved by Mr. Constant. Do we have a second?
Second.
Was that Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Okay. Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zolotel. Would anyone from the administration like to provide an explanation regarding this amendment?
I believe it is, through the chair, Jason Bockenstead again, this is just updating the total number of cases that we have in Alaska and the total number of deaths that we have experienced so far.
Thank you, Mr. Bockenstedt. Any further discussion of this amendment? All right, please vote on this amendment.
Mr. Weddleton,
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel,
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy,
Yes.
Mr. Rivera,
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson,
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia.
Yes.
That amendment passes unanimously. Are there any additional amendments anyone would like to propose?
Yes, Mr. Chair. This is Ms. Zolotel. I have a floor amendment to the resolution itself.
Okay, if you could describe it.
Sure. It would be on page 3 under section 1 at line 9. It would replace the words weekly regular reports. It would replace it with the words written public reports by 5 p.m. on Friday of each week.
Second.
Moved and seconded. So let's, Madam Clerk, did you get that?
I did not.
Okay. Ms. Zolotel, could you please repeat that again so the clerk can take it down?
Sure. It would replace at line 9 weekly regular reports with the words written public reports by 5 p.m. on Friday of each week.
So it would now read, starting on line 8, it would read, the administration shall submit not less than...
Oh, I'm sorry. We should also delete the words not less
Okay.
than as well. I apologize.
So starting on line 8, it would read, the administration shall submit written public reports by 5 p.m. on Friday of each week to the Assembly on any emergency measures, etc.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And the second, who is the second again? Do we have a second for that?
Weddleton.
Seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Discussion on this amendment.
May I speak to it briefly, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
Thank you. As we've all praised the report we received, I would love to receive them every week. They're really great for talking to constituents. And it's the kind of information I feel like I need and that was intended when the Assembly originally discussed getting weekly reports so that we could stay informed with our constituents and the public. We are still, I think, very much in contact with our constituents. I know Mr. Rivera and I do a weekly update via Zoom. This information is so valuable. I want to make sure it's coming on a regular basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Mr. Bockenstedt?
Yes, to the extent that the Assembly would indulge a slight change to the date, we would request that instead of Friday at 5 p.m., that the date be Sunday at 5 p.m., the way that we have our current system operating now. A lot of the folks that will be responsible for compiling all of this information do a lot of the work on Saturday and part of Sunday. So to the extent that we do not interrupt everything that we are doing during the week, we would appreciate if the date that we submit it would be Sunday at 5 p.m. every week.
Ms. Zalatel, are you amenable to that change?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
The seconder, Mr. Weddleton? Yes, okay. So the amendment now reads, written public reports by 5 p.m. on Sunday of each week. Although I guess it's related to the week prior, but that'll just be implied. Okay. Any further discussion on this amendment? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Quinn Davidson, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a question for Ms. Zalatel, which is why include the word public? I mean, presumably it's always at our discretion to share with the public whatever information we get from the administration. And I think that puts an onus on them to be really careful that all the ideas are vetted before sharing them with us. And I actually like that they can say to us, hey, we're looking around at possible locations, but we haven't made a decision yet. This is where it stands. And I think this puts them in a position to not be able to be as transparent and forthcoming with us early on.
I appreciate the question, Ms. Quinn Davidson, and the thoughts. I guess I would like to hear from the administration if they are concerned about that same constraint. The reason I had originally put public was so that we make sure this information does get out to the public so we can have that community conversation about what's happening each week. So I don't know. I'd love to hear from the administration. Thank you.
Would anyone in the administration like to speak to?
Mr. Chair, briefly, could I add just that all of our received documents are public, and so in some ways it's redundant. We don't receive confidential materials from the administration except for an executive session and only under very extraordinary circumstances.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Blockenstead.
Just to reiterate what Mr. or Assemblymember Constant said, that's what I was verifying with our municipal attorney, Kate Vogel. So to the extent that what we send to you in our weekly report, that is considered a public document.
Thank you, Mr. Blockenstead. Any further discussion on this amendment?
This is Austin. I just want to say thanks. That's perfect.
Okay. All right. Please, Mr. Constant, were you? Okay. Please vote on this amendment.
Mr. Weddleton.
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel.
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla.
Yes.
That amendment passes unanimously. Are there any further amendments to be proposed? Okay, we're back down to the main motion. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just some brief comments. For me, truly any future extension isn't an easy vote, no matter how obvious it might seem to us. I really want to thank everyone, the hundreds and hundreds of folks who reached out to us. Know that I really appreciate everyone for sharing their stories, their frustrations, and suggestions. For me, this resolution isn't necessarily the place to take up a lot of the suggestions, but I have already talked with the administration about several of them and will continue doing so over the course of the coming weeks and days and weeks. I think it's really prudent for us to remain vigilant and have a plan for the future. And the mayor and his team have done a really good job explaining the triggers that we need to achieve to get to the next phase. But I think to reiterate, I think Mr. Dyson was very eloquent in stating this. We really need to know, and our constituents need to know, what the plan is to start slowly, quote, opening back up the faucet, as the mayor likes to say. So I'll be voting yes on this, but hoping for a lot more dialogue and information as we continue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Perez-Revilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to also thank the many people that reached out and wrote us emails. And often when we get emails to this level, they're templates or they're sort of the same kind of email. These weren't that way. Many of them were people telling their stories about the struggles that they're having and were really sort of thoughtful and understanding about the balance that we're trying to find. So I really wanted to just take a moment and thank people for going out of their way to send us their concerns and their ideas. And I wanted to thank my colleagues for having such a thoughtful debate and conversation on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Revilla. Would anyone else like to speak to? Oh, I'm sorry, over here, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a question for the administration. It was raised about the emergency order and actually the subsequent hunker down. Do the contemplated essential businesses include ones where individuals can buy bear spray as we go into summer? Apparently there have been bears spotted already. Thanks.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Zalatel, this is Jason Bockenstedt, and yes, I believe that there are a number of critical businesses that are open and sell bear spray, to include Walmart, Costco, Fred Meyer Cars, places like that.
Okay, great. Thank you. I guess I haven't been looking for bear spray recently. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'm very thankful for the lives that have been saved because of the mayor's actions and the actions of our community. I also appreciate that when Mr. Bockenstedt explained some of the changes that we may see coming with the orders, that elective procedures will likely to be permitted and that non-essential businesses will be allowed to have 2 people on site. I would like to see that go farther to allow businesses that can protect the health of their employees to reopen, as I mentioned earlier, at least on a limited basis, to operate curbside. And some businesses have the physical space to meet social distancing requirements for more than 2 people on site at a time. And I think we need to work with those businesses. And I'm concerned that another 3 weeks is a long time to go in this, to hold off on being able to reopen even partially. And there's a bit of an inconsistency among businesses that are allowed to operate, and it's not anyone's fault. I mean, Walmart sells a whole bunch of stuff in addition to groceries, and some of those things they sell are in direct competition with a number of our small businesses who, because they don't sell groceries, can't operate now. But again, I very much appreciate that lives have been saved, and I hope that during these next 3 weeks we can work out some specifics for how to move back into a safe mode of operations and remain open to possibly letting some of these businesses resume at least some level of operation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. It's good to follow Ms. LaFrance's points there. And just listening audience, we've extended this emergency proclamation to June 5th, but I think everybody should get that does not mean that's how long the closures and hunker down will necessarily last. And it sounds like there's every intent from everyone to open things up as fast as we can safely do that, and very much so before June 5th. And I do hope, I appreciate the changes that were made in the draft of the new hunker down that we got earlier today. I think those will make a big difference. But there is more that can be done safely. And I look forward to that happening fairly briskly and step by step during the next few weeks. Small businesses can operate safely and want to operate safely. They can protect their employees. The closures are bad, but if we lose our employees, then we're also closed down, and possibly for even longer than the city or the state would have us be. So there's a huge incentive from every business to operate safely in this environment. Anyway, I support this, obviously. I think one other point, too, I think there was something we heard a lot was that businesses weren't taken into account. And I hope that they would be more, but we do have a resiliency task force, which is businesses, and they are looking at kind of step-by-step reopening as well. So that I expect will help make some sensible movement forward towards opening back up. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate following Mr. Weddleton because he really does know the business world since he lives in it. And I have also gotten a lot of the comments from small businesses who really don't understand why they've been singled out to basically shut down and are not allowed to function when they know that other businesses who are really pretty much the same size as them, maybe have no more employees than them, or maybe they're just a sole proprietor, yet because they have a business that's been deemed somehow essential, they are able to operate. And so since we're learning so much about what really does help in this environment, the idea of doing the physical distancing and wearing the proper protective gear and doing all of the disinfecting, I think everybody is getting pretty keen to that process. Yet there are still some businesses out there that are feeling definitely discriminated against because they have been singled out as being non-essential. So, of course, we can all make the argument that non-essential to one is maybe not non-essential to somebody else, but when you recognize that it is somebody's livelihood, the very thing by which they put food on their tables, then it does become essential, at least to that business owner. So I would hope that we would be looking at more of those businesses that really can operate a little bit more independently. They aren't businesses that typically draw in crowds or even maybe don't even have any kind of real physical customer contact. One of the businesses that I'm thinking of has been like the people that want to do spring cleanup in lawns. They don't have to have any interface with a customer, yet they are really not, they don't fall under any of the categories that consider them essential, so they're closed down. So anyway, there are other examples, but without belaboring that point too much, I just want to say that I appreciate the fact that the administration is beginning to look more at that. And I would say, if there are any other ways to clarify exactly what we mean about somebody operating without having that public interface, then I think we ought to be able to help people understand that, yeah, maybe they qualify for that now. Maybe they didn't under the last order, but potentially they do now. So the more we can do that, especially with those businesses that say, I don't necessarily work in my home, but I can certainly work without interfacing with other people. So the more we can do that, the better. But anyway, I will support this, and we will just look forward to those weekly updates. Again, I can't tell you how helpful that was. So if we can see more of those, that'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to echo the thoughts of my colleagues and say thank you to the mayor and his team. I know that They're working really, really hard and every day of the week to do what's best for this community. And I just really, really appreciate that sincerely. But I also want to think about what the next phase of this is. And of course, that's informed by the science and information that we get daily. But I think that Mr. Weddleton, Ms. LaFrance, and Ms. Kennedy just hit the nail on the head. And I've talked a little bit with the administration about this too, that we really need to be doing what we can to focus on the social distancing requirements, but still allow businesses to operate if they can. And that's hard to do, and there's a lot of options there, but I think we need to be exploring that, and that needs to be what the next phase of this hunker down is beyond the time period that we've already set.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. This has been quite an interesting week. Yesterday I woke up to an image from a friend from Anchorage who is a nurse in Philadelphia, and her comment was so stark that this week she closed 2 body bags and buried 12 of her clients, and that she's seen more death in a week than she's seen in 12 years as an emergency room nurse. And so that's at the core of this conversation. And the economic recovery is coming, but it's coming in its time. And I too appreciate the incredible conversation and robust email stream that we've had. And I think that prior to this, the only time we had emails like this was in the budget and flowers. And that this achieves that level of conversation to me and exceeds that level of conversation proves that Anchorage's priorities are right, that we are focused on what does it mean to be free and what does it mean to be healthy and what does it mean to be a community. And I just going to take this as a mantra for myself and the community for the next 3 weeks, and that's, I like the mayor, but I've come to really like Ann Zink. And so test, trace, and treat, think like Zink.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the comments of my colleagues. I want to echo the thanks to the mayor's team and the really great work they're doing. Kudos to Bill Falsey and his weekly updates. My constituents love them. They look forward to them. No offense to the mayor's updates. They like those too, but they really like Bill's. I want to toss out 2 items as we consider continuations of emergency declaration, and the context that I'm thinking about this in is what unintended consequences might we cause as we start to look at opening the faucet and turning the economy back on. And those are particularly around unemployment. The unemployment is now starting to come in, and if we open things back up and we have a spike and we have to shut it back down, what will that do to unemployment eligibility? I think that's an unanswered question right now that we've really got to get a handle on, because we do run the chance of potentially spiking with cases if we open up and having to go back to something more restrictive. The second is the unintended consequence we may create if we have workers going back to work and there is no child care, at least until school is out or we have a plan. And even after school is out for the summer. So I don't want to unintentionally penalize folks because we need to get the economy going again. So I just want to say that as we work through these issues, that we keep those 2 points in mind as well. And again, I look forward to moving this forward and working with the administration and my colleagues for the next little while as we continue to address these significant issues. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Would anyone else like to speak to this item? I don't have anyone else in the queue. Let me double check that. Okay. Please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
That item passes unanimously. I suggest we take a 5-minute bathroom break now, and then we'll come back and take up item 14A. get back to it. We now have before us item 14A, ordinance number AO 2020-43, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly extending the business, personal property, and inventory tax returns deadline to provide relief from the effects of the COVID-19 public health emergency. Excuse me, introduced by Assemblymember LaFrance. Madam, we don't have the deputy clerk here. I don't believe we have any.
I have the list, and there is no one to testify
Okay.
on 14.
So there are no testifiers on 14A. Public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. No, I think that was Ms. LaFrance.
LaFrance?
Moved by Ms. LaFrance and seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Discussion of this ordinance. Okay. Not hearing any discussion or seeing anything in my... I'm going to wait one more minute because we have an absence here. Okay.
You want to vote?
Yep, let's vote.
Okay. Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Salatel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia? I'll mark Mr. Perez Verdia absent, and Mr. Dyson is excused.
Okay. That item passes 9-0. We are now on item 14B, Bravo, ordinance number AO 2020-42, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code section 4.05.060 to authorize boards and commissions to utilize telephonic participation for board members, parties, witnesses, and the public during a period of emergency submitted by the Department of Law. Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have any testimony on this item?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Eugene Carl Haberman would like to testify.
How many items did Mr. Haberman ask to speak to? Oh, it looks like just two more. Yeah.
No, 4 more plus audience participation.
No, but 2 of those are the special orders, which I don't know if we're actually going to do tonight. So
That's correct.
we'll just call him and do 14 Bravo.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Haberman. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly. We're on item 14B.
Mr. Haberman, you'll have 3 minutes to speak to item 14 Bravo regarding telephonic participation for boards and commissions. Go ahead.
Okay, fine. You ready?
Yeah, your clock is running, Mr. Haberman.
Okay. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Maxwell Valley. Follow the public process. With a public process done appropriately, decision made by the governing body, more like the public interest. Please note before I start, there's at least a 3-minute delay because the last I heard you were doing 14A and you went to 14B, and I've yet to hear that listening. So there's a big delay from when this call happened. But as far as this proposal here on 14B, there's my concern is this so-called telephonic participation. I've yet to see how you're going to work that information for the public and having it available for the public to have before them so they can participate with that information. Before this emergency, I witnessed years of scenarios of assembly meetings. I know in this subject we'll talk about boards and commissions, but the fact is, this information is not on the website for the public to be engaged. You show that on assembly meetings as far as other than tonight. But the fact is, these boards and commissions, how are you going to have that conversation, and how are you going to recognize, and are you going to be scheduling a like you do with this meeting on the boards and commissions, where there's a deadline for contacting, and then they will be called? Are you going to be doing any of that? Because there's no clear identification that you are going to be doing that, and the failure of the boards and commissions I have physically attended, these meetings, is where's the information for this stuff unless you go to those meetings in many respects. So you're keeping this conversation where in reality the public is not having that information. How can you have a conversation with the public if they don't have that information? And with all due respect. So I'm concerned in this situation, and that's basically all I have to say on it, because you haven't shown that you got it all. And there was one thing about what is the cost? What's the financial cost? So are you going to have electronic equipment that's set up? And by the way, I caution you, stay away from Facebook. Stay away from Facebook, because that's not connecting with people. Use your own websites that you've got, Muni website, if you're going to do anything. But stay off Facebook. That's not connecting. And where is that information? So that ends my comment. And I know we're all dealing with a lot of things, and with all due respect, and thank you for the chance. But there is a significant delay in my speaking now, and I was hearing for a break and 14A, and I missed all of 14A, and you went to 14B. So you got a significant delay from that moment me being called, so I'll let you know on that.
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay.
Did anyone else ask to testify? Okay. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Was that?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Discussion on this item. Okay, please vote on this item.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Did you, I'm sorry. I apologize. Can we pull that back? She did text me. Miss Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a bit of a question that I don't think will probably do much for this particular resolution, but one of my concerns when I was looking at this was there are community councils that are kind of much in the same boat as the commissions and boards and are looking for ways to use telephonic participation. And I had considered, and I had asked Mr. Gates about the possibility of including those, amending this to include those, and he said just by virtue of the title, I wouldn't be able to do that right now. But I do have a question for the administration in terms of how they think that might work best. I mean, we've had a couple of community councils that have tried to meet electronically. We had one that had a great deal of difficulty, and it caused a bit of trouble in their community with their participants. But anyway, I just thought I would kind of throw that out there to see if there was any kind of a response that might help in this same vein for the community councils. Thank you.
Someone from the administration want to speak to that? Mr. Schutte.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris Schutte, Director of Economic and Community Development. To the question about the tools available, and I apologize, I only caught the last part of the question, so if I missed part of it, Ms. Kennedy, please feel free to re-ask the question. But to your point about the tools that are available and what those tools are, and will they facilitate easier public participation, whether for community councils or community members, we've actually been beta testing different products and different processes to translate and transfer the boards and commissions process, which many of us know very well from public participation in this chamber, into a virtual event. And a team made up of staff who represent the different boards and commissions across the disciplines, including some IT members, et cetera, have been rolling out various tools and platforms available to help make this an easy and seamless transition from what board and commission members know very well from sitting on the dais to a new way of doing business remotely. I will point out that it's not perfect yet. In fact, much like any other software implementation, we may have to change some of the standard practices to accommodate the new software and still achieve the meeting requirements and public participation requirements. But we have been for now 2 weeks, testing different platforms and different tools to make this process smooth, and have asked repeatedly the question about how we then transition these platforms or tools out of the boards and commissions and pass them down, if you will, to the community councils themselves. And so looking at training opportunities in the future for the Federation, or through the Federation, I should say, to the community councils to help them also have these tools. I'll also add that many of the private projects happening in town, as well as a couple of public projects, are now transitioning to electronic public meetings, as well as a precursor to these boards and commission meetings. Many projects are required to host public meetings, and those are going very well. In fact, attendance at some of these public meetings is larger than they were when they were in person. So we're seeing some good signs so far, but it's definitely a new way of thinking about a lot of processes that we kind of took for granted before. And if I missed any part of that question, please let me know.
No, thank you, Mr. Schutte. Actually, that helps. And I'm just, like I said, trying to figure out how we make sure our community councils can keep functioning during this time as well. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I would just add thank you that I attended a community council meeting online this last week, and it was actually quite impressive the way that they delivered their meeting, flawless. They actually grabbed a quorum of 15 members plus another 7 people who attended with items of interest, including Heritage Land Bank and a few others. And so the participation is still possible, though I think I understand from Ms. Kennedy's comments that it was frustrating at one meeting, and I can offer that we're still figuring out our process. If the meeting last Friday was anything to be demonstrative, we are still struggling through figuring out the answer to that question for ourselves.
Can I ask you, Mr. Constant, what platform did that community council use?
The forbidden one.
Yeah. Not the one we are forced to use.
Using, but it was flawless. It was quite impressive.
Yep. Okay. Not seeing any other discussion, please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotow?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
That item passes 10-0. We are now on item 14C, ordinance number AO 2020-35, an ordinance repealing and amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21 and Anchorage Municipal Code of Regulations Title 21 to clarify that 9-member boards are required for the Platting Board and Zoning Board of Examiners and Appeals, and to correct minor language inconsistencies. Public hearing is now open. Do we have anyone who offered to testify? We did not. Okay. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Constant. Do we have a second?
Weddleton.
Second. Oh.
Seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Discussion of this item. Seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Discussion of this item.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
can you tell me which item we're on, please?
Oh, did I not say? Item 14C, ordinance number AO 2020-35.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, as a point of information,
right.
14C and 14D were backwards in our binder.
That's right. I apologize. So
Thank you.
the electronic version is different than the printed version that I have. So it's item 14D for folks online. Did we have public testimony on that?
14D on our binder.
What's the ordinance number? 2020-35, is that correct?
Okay. Yeah, ordinance number 2020-35. Who, what is the? Okay.
So we want 1435, right?
Yes. What is 1435?
1435 is the board. Let's see, 1446 is this one.
I don't understand. So this is, so where is this item in our packet? Where is 1435?
Go ahead, Jennifer. The packet, I think, is.
So I believe you need to switch to 14D.
Okay.
Above, which is the one that you read.
All right. We'll try this again. Oh, okay. Yes. So that's right. So we're doing 14. We'll do 14 delta. You know what? Okay. Forget it. We'll go back to 14C. I'll read off the. We'll ignore the previous action. 14C, ordinance number AO 2020-46. An ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly temporarily discounting Title 21 and Title 23 development fees as an economic stimulus measure in response to the COVID-19 public health emergency, Office of Economic and Community Development. Public testimony is now open. For this item, do we have any testimony?
Yes, Mr. Chair, you have two. Your
Okay.
first will be Mr. Brian Harton.
Thank you.
This is Brian.
Hello, Mr. Harton. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Excellent. Can you hear me okay?
Now we can. Thank you, Mr. Harden. You have 3 minutes to discuss ordinance number AO 2020-46 regarding temporarily discounting Title 21 and Title 23 development fees. Please go ahead.
Sounds good. Yeah, I work for a local builder, part of their development management division, and I just want to thank the Assembly for the ordinance and thank you on behalf of the industry. Any little bit here is going to help an industry that's currently active in employing Anchorage citizens and meeting housing needs that I think we all agree are fairly underbuilt right now. So by not pausing the construction industry and helping it to move forward, we're not going to be met with a tremendous backlog when things do get rolling with our limited construction season. The one thing I'd like to ask the Assembly to consider on this ordinance is if the effective date, in lieu of today, could be backdated to the date that the mayor declared a civil emergency, which I believe is March 12th. And then that would, without the appearance of being greedy, that would really capture the disruption in services that our industry's felt since the date that declaration was made. And I think it would be fair and equitable and wouldn't be too much of a change. And so in addition to that consideration, I'd just like to offer thanks and give credit to Development Services, the Planning Department, Anchorage Water and Wastewater, and other departments who've actually been doing really well to work with us as builders and developers to keep the process moving. We're all kind of learning and growing together through this. And I guess that's about all I have.
Thank you. We've got one question from Mr. Constant.
Hey, thank you, sir. I'm supportive of this ordinance, but I have a question for you. I understand that this year we aren't actually seeing a slowdown of permits. We're seeing an increase of permits. What do you think causes that or is causing that?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch much of that.
Sorry, I'll remove the mask briefly. I understand that first, I support the ordinance. You don't have to worry about that from me, but I hear that we're actually having increased permits, substantially increased permits this year. What do you think is the cause of that in the face of all this mayhem?
Gosh, I wouldn't have any idea other than it's that time of year. We're entering into spring when typically A lot of contractors, homeowners, and smaller builders typically wait until this time to submit permits because they don't want the additional $5,000 to $10,000 that it costs to rip frost, heat tents, and basically deal with freezing conditions. So that would be my guess.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I don't have any other questions, sir. Thank you for your testimony.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right. Madam Clerk, we have another.
Yes, next you have Mr. Eric Visser.
Okay.
Hello, this is Eric.
Hello, Mr. Visser. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Hello, Mr. Visser. You'll have 3 minutes to discuss ordinance number AO 2020-46 regarding temporarily discounting Title 21 and Title 23 development fees. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So my name is Eric Visser, and I'm the president for Anchorage Home Builders Association. I think a lot of the sentiment that I was going to talk about was pretty well described in item 14B previously. I think there's a lot of people that are, very interested in getting people back to work. I think that this ordinance does a great job at doing that. I applaud the Resiliency Task Force and bringing this forward to you guys in the administration for being this forward-looking. I know we had talked about it, a couple of weeks ago, and the fact that this actually came out, weeks ago while we were still going through this crisis is just kind of the thought that we need to, keep this community going forward. We know tourism is going to be absolutely destroyed this summer. Construction is one of those industries that we've actually shown we can keep people working in a safe manner. We've had a lot of discussions with our membership and just talking about, steps that our companies are taking to protect the employees, protect the clients, everything from, allowing single subcontractors on job sites to taking the temperatures of employees before they get to work so we can ensure that everybody's healthy, that's actually working on the job site and allowing us to, create this long-term value for the community that we have. And I think really this crisis does represent an opportunity for Anchorage to kind of set a proactive example on ways that we can be forward-looking, to try and jumpstart our economy, get our citizens back to work, and get through this. So with that, I'll wrap up. If you guys have any questions.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
All right. I don't believe there's any additional testimony. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Weddleton, seconded by Mr. Constant. Discussion on this item?
I'd like to move Weddleton, Kennedy, Quinn Davidson, amendment number 1.
Second.
Let's see here. All right. Would you like to describe, I'm sorry, who is the second on that?
Kennedy.
Okay. Could, Mr. Weldon, you want to describe this, or any of the co-sponsors, you want to describe this amendment?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So in quick response to one of our speakers, this would change the effective date so it's retroactively to March 12th, 2020 in Section 1 and also in Section 2 and in Section 4. And that would kind of bring it to the first date of the emergency proclamation.
All right. Any discussion on this amendment? Okay. Please vote on this amendment. While the clerk is catching up, I'll just note that Weddleton, Quinn Davidson, and Kennedy sounds like a law firm.
Or a 1970s rock band.
Mr. Weddleton,
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel,
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy,
Yes.
Mr. Rivera,
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance,
Yes.
Mr. Peterson,
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson,
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia.
Yes.
That item passes 10-0. That amendment passes, rather, 10-0. Is there any additional amendments to this ordinance?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, is that Ms. Kennedy?
Yeah, this is Ms. Kennedy. I have an amendment, but I would actually rather just have some good conversation about this in general. So if there's nobody else with any other amendments, I will hold my comments. But I would like to at least be in the queue for this ordinance in general. Thank you.
Of course. We often prefer good conversation to amendments. Yeah, so if there's no further amendments, Ms. Kennedy, you're first in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted a little bit of conversation to this because I think it speaks to the bigger question, which we maybe can't answer right now. I mean, I don't know if anybody's very good at predicting things. If they were, we'd probably have millionaires amongst us. But my concern over some of this is truly what is happening in the construction industry, not only right now, and has happened over just the last few weeks, but what might be going on this summer that we're really not aware of, not prepared for. And I'm very concerned that even though this is an industry that's trying really hard to continue to do its job, not that they can't do the job, but if you don't have customers, that's a problem. And I've had at least one builder tell me that he had 6 proposals in line, and when the ordinance, the declaration of emergency went into effect, he basically lost all 6 of those proposals in one fell swoop. So if that's any indication of what we might be looking for or looking toward, there's really going to be some issues with trying to be able to make the money, so to speak, off of this industry that the department actually relies on. So if Mr. Schuette's there and he wants to comment, or really anybody from the administration, I don't care. But like I said, this, I think, is one of those bigger questions that we need to start thinking about in terms of what do our revenues really, what can we potentially think that our revenues may or may not add up to. And this is just one of those industries that we rely on heavily for this particular department. So anyway, conversation starter, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Schuette?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, Ms. Kennedy, I think that I am not a millionaire, but we are doing our best to predict the future, both in the construction world and, of course, beyond that as we look at the economy recovering. I did want to talk briefly about the current condition of the economy. One thing we all are very good at is evaluating the situation as it unfolds, even if we can't always predict the future. And one of the things that has stood out to me thus far is the resiliency of the construction industry, even through tough times. You have a lot of individuals, companies, contractors, et cetera, that are critical businesses right now that have not seen their workload lighten or lessen, even through the emergency proclamation and the hunker down orders. By way of throwing some numbers at it, I wanted to let folks know that through the last week, we had hit about $122 million worth of construction permit value. That's quite a bit higher than we were at the exact same time last year. The same time last year, we were only at $80 million, and the year before that, we were only at about $100 million. So the construction permit valuation through the year so far is running at about 151% of where we were last year, which is a pretty impressive number. And I attribute that solely to the resiliency of that particular industry and the need for construction through this time. I do think that there will be some uncertainty and some risk out there that will turn people off from construction projects. I think right now one of the big uncertainties that I'm keeping an eye on very closely is the renovation and remodel market. A lot of people do save up for what is essentially an elective construction project that may or may not be electing to take the plunge and fulfill that order this year. And then, of course, we always keep a close eye on home starts every year for single family. That's been a slightly declining market for well over 6-7 years now, and so that's another sign that we closely keep an eye on. We do know of a couple single-family projects that were in the hopper for this summer, and we have every belief that at least 2 of those will continue forward. They're large-scale subdivisions, but that's my analysis currently of construction in Anchorage, and the best prediction I can give you is that if there's ever an industry that can weather a storm, it's going to be the construction industry.
Thank you, Mr. Schutte. Mr. Constant?
I just would, if I might point out, we had a conversation about this last week. The first unit lot subdivision that I'm aware of is actually going to ground right now. I have pictures taken for you. And so some of the work we've been doing to provide smaller format, more affordable units are probably what are going to become more valuable for people in the short term, because the opportunities to secure financing and to get into those places are going to be more ripe. So all the work we can do that can make more lots available, more housing available, is what's going to get us through this, people having hope to be able to land themselves. So it's working.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Ms. Kennedy, do you have any closing remarks before we go to vote?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. All right. Please vote on this ordinance.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
That item passes 10-0. Can we get to the next? I'll read it off of. There it is. Nope.
That was our
That was that.
46.
Yep.
Okay.
So the next agenda item, I'll read it off the screen. Thank you. Okay. Next, we have item 14D, ordinance number AO 2020-35, an ordinance repealing and amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21 and Anchorage Municipal Code of Regulations Title 21 to clarify that 9-member boards are required for the Plating Board and Zoning Board of Examiners and Appeals, and to correct minor language inconsistencies. There was no public testimony scheduled, so I'm going to open it and close it. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Was that Mr. Rivera?
Yeah.
Okay. Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion of this item? No, that's not it.
Back to,
We're on 14D.
got it?
35.
There it is. Nope, that's not it.
So
It's
gotta
14D
be
now.
C. This is what I've got.
That's it right
That
there.
one.
That's it
Okay,
right there.
got it. Okay.
Okay. Please vote on this item.
I've lost everything. I just need to find it.
Okay. We're doing AO 2020-35, which I believe in your system is 14D.
Well, we're just going to do it. I'm just going to make up a new motion. And I believe that was Mr. Weddleton made the motion and Mr. Constant seconded it. It just kind of disappeared. Okay. All right. Now we can vote. Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
All right.
That item passes 10-0. We are now on item 14E. Just double check that we all have the same one. Resolution number AR 2020-77, a resolution approving an administrative agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 1547 regarding a collective bargaining agreement extension. Public testimony is now open. Was there anyone? No one asked to speak on this. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second, LaFrance.
Okay. Thank you. Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
That item passes 10-0. We are now on item 14F, resolution number AR 2020-84, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $167,744.53 as a transfer of responsibility agreement grant when tendered from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities and appropriating $18,060 as a contribution from the 2020 operating budget Anchorage Roads and Drainage Service Area Fund. All to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund to be used for arterial roadway dust control, all within the Municipal Maintenance and Operations Department. Public testimony is now open. Did we have anyone to testify on this? We did not. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Was that Mrs. Zolotel?
Yes.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Not seeing any, please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
That item passed 10-0. We are now on item 14G, resolution number AR 2020-91, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating room tax in amounts not to exceed $322,276 within the area-wide general fund operating budget, 2019 operating budget, and $783,000 within the Convention Center Operating Reserve Fund 2019 operating budget to provide for payments under the professional services contract with the Anchorage Convention and Visitor Bureau and the use agreement with Civic Ventures under the Office of Economic and Community Development. Public testimony is now open. Do we have anyone who has to testify on this?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Eugene Carl Haberman would like to testify.
Delightful.
Mr. Haberman? Mr. Haberman? I think we might have been disconnected. I'll try him one more time.
Okay.
Hello?
Mr. Haberman, you're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
We are.
Okay. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. You're on the Visitors Bureau thing. Okay.
Yep.
One thing concerns me, okay, when reading this document, it stands out. You're approving a transfer of funds, okay? It's based on a certain quarter revenue. Note the quarter. That was when money was, the hotels were filled, and you had the money. Now, part of the expenditure is paying a debt. Now, what's going to happen with after this payment? What's the situation with the occupancy of those hotels? There is no report indicating to you about what the next quarter is going to look like and the numbers going to look like. You're proceeding to make payments based on the quarter of occupancy that was a good time during the year. But right now, we know, everyone knows, people are not flying on planes. People are not going into hotels, per se. The occupancy has substantially dropped. So one would have thought this administration would have had an additional report of a view of what we're in right now and the occupancy of those hotels and the revenue that's coming in as a vision to see, okay, we pay this bill, but what about what's going to happen in the next quarter and where's the money going to come from? So with all due respect. And I think I laid a case clearly on this one, but you could also raise that issue on anything else you're approving on monies, on any of the other departments and so forth. What's the picture? What's the financial? Where's the city at financially? Okay, so I'll close with that, and I'll look forward to listening to your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. All right. Is there anybody else signed up to testify?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second, LaFrance.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Not seeing any, please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
That item passes 10-0. We are now on item 14H, resolution number AR 2020-92, a resolution providing for revisions to the 2019 general government operating budget to provide 2019 appropriations commensurate with 2019 expenditures for various departments and funds. Public testimony is now open. Madam Clerk, are there any people testifying? No one has signed up. Public hearing is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second, LaFrance.
Okay. We're going to say that was Ms. LaFrance, I think. Okay. So moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Any discussion on this item? All right, please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
That item passes 10-0. We are now on item 14I, ordinance number AO 2020-40, an ordinance in the municipality of Anchorage authorizing the borrowing and accepting from the State of Alaska Clean Water Fund an aggregate amount not to exceed $7,600,000 for the purpose of financing a portion of the costs of the solid waste service disposal utility capital improvement budget project and providing for related matters. Public testimony is now open. Do we have anyone to testify on this item? We do not. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second, Zalatal.
All right, moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Any discussion on this item? All right, please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatal?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
That item passed 10-0. We are now on item 14J, ordinance number AO 2020-36, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by a non-competitive property exchange of Heritage Land Bank Parcel 3-076, legally described as Tract 6 Tudor Municipal Campus, from the Real Estate Department. I'm going to suggest that we have a motion to continue the public hearing to a later date, and that we do not call the people who were scheduled for tonight, because I believe there might be some intervening developments between now and then. So go ahead.
Mr. Chair, this is Ms. Zalatal. I move to continue the public hearing until the 28th of April.
Second.
Second, Rivera.
I think Mr. Constant beat you guys to. I'm going to give it to Mr. Rivera, Mr. Constant, because you get to sponsor everything. So the motion was Ms. Zalatel, seconded by Mr. Rivera, and it's to continue public hearing until the 28th of April. Is there any discussion on this, on that motion? I'm sorry, was that you, Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, can I go?
Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
Yeah, I would, I think support certainly extending the public hearing, but I would, if anyone is there to speak, I think that's valuable to hear, what people think now, and then as we review it, having heard what they said, gives us a little guidance on what the key issues are. I mean, I hate to just shut everyone down. Do we know how many people we have to call?
How many people are there, Madam Clerk?
4, potentially 5.
There's 4 or 5 people. You know what? If you want to make a motion to change the order of the day and put it at the end of the meeting, we could come back and try to do that. But I think we have a lot of other things I'd like us to get to tonight, if we can get through it. And I think a number of those folks have already sent us emails, so I think people are pretty familiar with their positions.
Well, I'd move to change the order of the day then to put it at the end, and we'll just see if people drop off.
Okay. Sounds good.
There's no one actually in the room.
I understand that.
People won't drop off. Either we call them or we don't.
Well, we call them and they don't answer if they're done.
Okay. So we have a motion to change the order of the day. Can I get a second on that?
Second, LaFrance.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition to change the order of the day to put this at the end of the...
Mr. Chair, I'm not going to oppose, but I'm just going to suggest that we are taking people who've been waiting heretofore and suggesting we're going to call them tonight sometime closer to midnight. And so if that's actually the intent, it's not beneficial to them that we do that. It's in fact harmful to their interests if they like to sleep. And so it's okay that we delay it. It's okay that we call them later, but if we're going to call them later tonight, we should call them now. That's my opinion.
If we begin calling them, we're going to use about half an hour of our time. And we have relatively limited time to get through the remainder of the items that are actually time sensitive.
We have a motion, and I just would offer that if we're going to try to call them later, we should just call them next time.
Okay.
You have 2 motions.
We have a motion. We have 2 motions. The motion that is currently on the floor is to change the order of the day. It sounds like it's not unanimous, so let's vote on that motion.
Mr. Weddleton.
I know I put it forward, but I'll say no. I want to do what Chris said.
Okay.
Ms. Zolotel.
No.
Ms. Kennedy.
No.
Mr. Rivera.
No.
Ms. LaFrance.
No.
Mr. Peterson.
No.
Mr. Constant hasn't voted yet. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
No.
Mr. Perez Verdilla.
Nope.
All right, that motion failed. Oh, it's my first Nettleton. Excellent.
So
That's a yes-Elton.
Chair, if I might, the real question is, do we postpone this or do we take it on? If we're going to postpone it, great. But if we're not, let's hear the people.
Mr. Chair, one of the things that the testifiers may want to consider, if they testify now, they're not allowed to testify again unless there's a change in the item that's before the body, and then they only testify on different.
Yep. Would anyone else like to speak to the motion to continue public hearing until the 28th?
Well, Weddleton, I'm happy to postpone it to the 28th, but I'd also like to call the people who may be waiting.
Okay. Ms. Quinn Davidson, you're in the queue.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd also like to, however, procedurally it makes sense to do it, hear just a short update from Ms. Ward on what the change would be and why we would postpone. And also I have as all of you do, about 150 emails in my inbox from people who are asking about this, and I want to be able to get back to them well before the 28th, tomorrow if possible. So I'd just like to know where we stand on it before we move on.
Okay. Mr. Schuette.
For those on the phone, this is not Robin Ward. This is Chris Schuette, Director of Economic and Community Development. Ms. Quinn Davidson, for those who are on the phone or online, I think the reason for postponement, as recommended by us to the Assembly, was simply because there have been a number of concerned emails and calls seeking clarification and information about the request for authority to dispose that we have in front of you right now. We have done our best to respond to those as they come in, but as you indicated, there were quite a few, and so I probably wasn't able to touch everybody with the replies that they were looking for. Long story short, the concerns from the community really focused on two issues. One, the underlying restrictions on what this land can and cannot be used for. And so to the degree that we can provide further clarification and assurance to the community that the protections that are in place will stand, we'd be happy to do that. And then, of course, probably the more voluminous concern has been the actual trail presence on this property and whether or not trails will be preserved as part of this action too, which also is intended to happen. However, the way that our disposal process usually works, we have to get your authority first to proceed before we even start doing any of the documentation, et cetera, et cetera. So we felt that postponing and having an opportunity, perhaps in a work session, to explain the typical process, and this one in particular, in greater detail, might help alleviate some of those questions and concerns. And that was why we recommended this.
Thank you, Mr. Schuette. Madam Deputy Clerk, let's go ahead and call those folks. I'm sorry, I don't believe your microphone is on.
We're going to start with your first caller, P.J. Hill.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Hill, you're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
I'd given up.
Hello, Mr. Hill. You have 3 minutes to discuss ordinance number AO 2020-36 regarding the Heritage Land Bank parcel. If you could please speak loudly and clearly.
A quick point of order, Mr. Chair. I would like us to offer to the speakers that we intend to continue this public hearing, and that they can opt to speak tonight or they can opt to speak at the future meeting.
Okay. So, Mr. Hill, would you like to speak at this meeting, or would you like to speak at a future meeting?
Well, I can go a couple of minutes.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
Yeah, I can go ahead and speak now.
Okay, thank you. But if you speak now, you will not be able to speak at the following meeting on this item.
Okay, that would be fine.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just think the whole process that the recreational community that uses the trails in that section of Anchorage were not really informed about this whole process, and that we were really kind of caught unawares. Those trails have been in use for, well, I started organizing the Tour of Anchorage in 1988, and we completed those trails through that section, and so those trails have been in use for 30 years, and everybody knew who the users of those trails were. And the thing that I want to see happen is just to have those trails, make sure that those trails are grandfathered in some kind of a covenant or some kind of a restriction in terms of if the land is transferred, we've got to have the trails go through there. And then that's really all I have to say. But it's, like I say, there's a long history of trail use there, and by a whole wide variety of trail users.
Thank you, sir. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony. All right, Madam Clerk, we call the next person who's asked to speak.
Your next caller is Sarah Hannon.
Okay.
Remember, you must now dial 1+.
Long distance. Hello, Ms. Hannon. You're on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Yes.
Hello, Ms. Hannon. You will have 3 minutes to discuss ordinance number AO 2020-36, an ordinance authorizing disposal by non-competitive property exchange of the Heritage Land Bank. You could speak tonight or perhaps at a future meeting, because we do intend to continue public hearing. Would you like to speak?
Yes, I have to speak tonight.
Okay, go ahead. Ms. Hannon?
Yes.
You'd like to speak tonight?
Okay. Yes, I would like to speak tonight.
Okay, please go ahead. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Sarah Hannon, and I approve of the Anchorage Ordinance 2020-36. I appreciate that. What I understand is that there will be an easement for the Tour of Anchorage Trail, which connects the Far North Bicentennial Park with the Campbell Creek Trail and the rest of the trail system. So I appreciate that, and then I also appreciate that there would be a fence that would separate the ASCRA facility from the trail to protect both the dogs and other trail users. And that is all I'd have to say. Thank you for sending me information about this ordinance.
Great. Thank you very much, Ms. Hannon. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony.
All right.
Okay.
Your next caller is Diana Holmes.
Diane Holmes.
Diane Holmes.
Hello.
Good evening, Ms. Holmes. You are on with the Anchorage Assembly.
Hi.
Hello, Ms. Holmes. We are now discussing item 14J, ordinance number AO 2020-36, regarding the Heritage Land Bank. You can speak tonight, or we do intend to continue this to a later date if you'd like to speak then.
You were pretty muffled, but I think you said you're going to continue it.
Yes. Would you like to speak tonight or at a future meeting on this topic?
Do you know when you're going to have it?
We think it'll probably be on April 28th.
Okay, sorry, I wasn't at my computer. How many have spoken before me on this already?
2.
Okay. I think I will speak. I know you want to get out of there because I don't know about the future. I can encourage other people to speak. So,
Okay.
So if you don't mind, I've got a really quick couple
Yes.
of paragraphs.
You'll have
Okay.
3
All
minutes.
right.
Go ahead.
Thanks. I'd like to emphasize the good testimony and research by Tom Meacham, whose email you have, as well as that from Dan Rosenberg, who's really helped me understand the complexity of this land transfer in plain language. I strongly urge you to pay attention to both of them. First, I was going to ask about having a lease and rather than a transfer, but I now understand why that is not possible. I also understand that Dean Gates is rechecking the need to put our request for details in this AO rather than leaving it to HLB to flesh out. And I don't know the answer to that for sure. We are concerned that language in the AO should ensure compliance with the federal transfer documents and, of course, the Far North Master Plan to protect this parcel as a public park and recreation site. We are especially concerned about what happens should the Dog Sled Association no longer use the land. The deed restrictions must follow for any future owner. Today I saw a document that implied the Dog Sled Association would be putting up a fence. And I ask you to question why this is needed and whether it would impede wildlife and public access. And is a fence needed at all? And last, the Tour of Anchorage Trail runs through this parcel, and as you know, it's a vital link to other trails across the city. So it must be protected. And if it is realigned, funds to move it must be included. And I hope you will see that that happens. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony. Madam Clerk?
Your next caller is Michael Miller.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Miller. You're on the phone line with the Anchorage Assembly.
Hi.
Hello, Mr. Miller. We are currently discussing item 14J, ordinance number AO 2020-36 regarding the property exchange with Heritage Land Bank. You could testify to it tonight, or we are planning to continue testimony until the 28th of April. So alternatively, you could testify on the 28th. Which would you prefer?
Between now and then, there's possibly going to be other public comment on it, right?
There won't be a public hearing, but there might be a work session, and there certainly will be more emails exchanged, I'm sure.
Okay, well, then I'll just go ahead and express my thoughts this evening then, so that they're on record.
Okay.
And then I guess you folks would deal with it accordingly.
Okay.
I think the only concern that I think that I have with it is not knowing, first of all, the purpose behind the Dog Mushing Association gaining the ownership of that tract of land, what effect that them gaining ownership of the land would have on the existing trail or trails that are in that parcel that are used by skiers and bikers and hikers. Are there going to be easements in the final document that transfers ownership, protecting everybody's ability to continue to use those trails after the Dog Mushing Association gains ownership of it? So I think that was my primary concern. I just wanted to, voice my concern that not knowing how the final document would be worded and trying to change it after the fact can be challenging. I probably should be up front and tell you I am a registered land surveyor, so I have had experience with easements in the past, but and I'm now retired. But anyways, trying to add easements after the fact when a problem is recognized can be technically challenging, and I just would hope that the Assembly would take that into consideration in their final action on the land transfer. So I'm not objecting to the land transfer. I'm just concerned about the if there are going to be easements on those trails.
Thank you, sir. I don't see any questions. Appreciate your testimony. Okay. Madam Clerk, you said there was perhaps a fifth caller? Jim Reeve. Do we have a phone number for him?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Let me double check to see if he's decided to testify.
Okay.
I sent him an email probably about an hour ago, and I haven't heard from him.
Okay. And he didn't provide a telephone number?
He didn't. He just wanted the ordinance. He
Okay.
didn't ask to testify.
Okay. So the fifth person has not gotten back to us with a phone number, so we will perhaps call him at the later date. So we now have back before us the motion to continue public hearing until the 28th. Is there any discussion on this motion? Okay, please vote on this motion.
Mr. Weddleton.
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel.
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia.
Yes.
That motion passes 10-0. We'll take that back up on the 28th of April. We now have before us item 14K, ordinance number AO 2020-32, ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Personnel Rule 3.30.005 to expand, clarify, and make a technical correction to the definition of veteran. Public testimony is now open. Do we have any testimony offered, Ms. Vinnie-Clausen? Okay. All right. Public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Zolotel.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Before we get into discussion, I need to make a disclosure. Chris, do you have the questions to run through?
Yes. My usual duty station. Okay, if we need to. Mr. Chair, if you would describe the nature of your potential conflict.
So I am a member of the Alaska National Guard, and this item would expand the definition of veteran who can get we have a sort of a weak hiring preference in the municipality. It doesn't actually get you a hiring preference, it gets you an interview preference. And this ordinance expands it to a wide variety of people. One of them is people who are currently serving the Alaska National Guard would apply to me.
So just as a matter of order, I'm going to say that Mr. Weddleton, you are the vice chair, and so I'm going to ask you if the body is amenable to make the determination. I have the questions in front of me. I'll read them. So I'm just going to go ahead and read. Does Assemblymember Dunbar have a substantial financial or private interest in the item before the Assembly?
No. It's difficult to say. I would say that The National Guard is of significant financial interest, but this item doesn't provide me a significant financial interest.
Okay, I'll ask it more specifically. Is the financial or private interest a substantial part of the matter under consideration?
No.
Does the financial or private interest vary directly or substantially with the outcome of the official action?
I'm going to say no.
Okay. Is the financial or private interest immediate and known or conjectural and dependent on factors beyond the official action?
It's very much conjectural because I do not intend to apply for a job at the municipality.
Is the financial or private
Non-elected job.
Yeah. Is the financial or private interest significant monetarily?
No.
Is the financial or private interest a type which is generally possessed by the public or a large class of persons to which the elected official or household member belongs?
I'm going to say yes. It's a large class of people in the reserve and the guard and a variety of others. It is a large class.
Are there other factors deemed appropriate by the vice chair under the specifics of the disclosure and the nature of the action?
Okay.
That would be him. So, Mr. Weddleton?
So I make a determination that he does not have a conflict.
All right.
Okay. And
then
Madam
would there
Clerk.
be anyone else who disagrees with that determination?
Okay.
All right, hearing none.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, John. All right. So we're now into discussion. I'm actually going to, I guess I'm going to give the gavel to Chris. Chris?
Yep.
And then ask to be acknowledged.
You are recognized.
Thank you. So I'm bringing this ordinance. The origin of this ordinance is sort of interesting. A young woman came to me who was applying to the municipality, and she eventually was hired. But she served in the National Guard, but could not qualify for the veteran hiring preference. And so I spoke with her, and I eventually worked with Todd Sherwood in the Department of Law, and I believe he's actually online if people want to ask him questions, or he's available to call, rather, if people want to ask him questions, and Ms. Vogel is indicating that is the case. What this ordinance does is expand the number of people that can apply and get an interview through our hiring preference. Our old definition is, in my opinion, sort of obsolete or anachronistic. It's a very narrow group of people, and if you look at it, it actually is specific to certain conflicts. The current definition of veteran that is used by more organizations like the Veterans Administration tends to be much more broad. So you have folks that have both what's called a DD-214 and several other kinds of documents, NGB documents, National Guard Bureau documents, and people who are currently serving in the reserves and the Guard. And actually, I should have mentioned that even though I currently serve in the Guard, I actually do have a DD-214, so I probably qualified for the old version anyway. So I brought this to the Military and Veterans Affairs Commission. They were very supportive. I believe there's a resolution included in there from them, or at least they have indicated their support, and so I urge a yes vote. Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Right, the gavel is going back.
Is there any discussion on this item? Please send me a text. Okay, not seeing any. Please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotow?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
The item passes 10-0. I apologize, I lost my place here. Okay, we are now at item 14L, ordinance number AO 2020-37, an ordinance waiving zoning map amendment application fees for real property legally described as Northern Lights Subdivision, Block 6, lots 2-4, 5-8, 9-11, Block 9, lots 7-2, and Block 10, lots 1-12, to encourage the redevelopment of this site located within an identified priority targeted area rezone area in an amount not to exceed $11,090. Public testimony is now open. Did anyone ask to testify on this item? No one did. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second, LaFrance.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item?
Very briefly,
Mr. Constant.
Chair, I just would say to Mr. Debenham, I'm glad to see he's continuing to develop in Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Not seeing any other discussion, please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
That item passes 10-0. We are now on item 14M, ordinance number AO 2020-38, an ordinance repealing and amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21 Land Use Planning to bring the existing B2A, B2B, and B2C zoning districts from old code into current code Title 21, create a new Chapter 21-11 downtown, and amend other chapters as needed to address the downtown districts, introduced by the Planning Department. Public testimony is open. Was there anyone who asked to testify on this? I've somehow lost my gavel. I don't understand. Oh, there it is. Okay. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
So, Mr. Chair, on this item, because there's a stack of amendments and a time pressure that isn't in order, I would like to move to change the order today and stick this item at the end of the agenda. We can come back to it. So it just stays on the concurrent, and if it gets to the next meeting, then we can have a work session if someone wants.
Okay. There's a motion to change the order of the day, put this at the end of the agenda. Is there a second?
Second, Zolotel.
Okay. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on the... Okay. Is there any discussion on changing the order of the day? Okay, I'm going to ask for unanimous consent. Does anyone object? Okay, that goes to the end of the agenda. We are now on item 14N, resolution number AR 2020-99, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of beverage dispensary duplicate liquor license number 4024 for Happy Camp LLC, doing business as Coots, the Birdhouse. Chris. Can you give me a
waive reading?
Thank you. Public testimony is now open. Is there any testimony on this item? Okay, no testimony. It's closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Can we get a second?
Second, LaFrance.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Any discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
That item passes 10-0. We are now at item 14O, resolution number AR 2020-100, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of beverage dispensary duplicate liquor license number 3817 for Happy Camp LLC, doing business as Coots, the Swing Bar, located at 2435 Spenard Road, Anchorage, AK 99503, pending satisfaction of municipal requirements and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action. Public testimony is now open. What is the will of the body? I'm sorry. Is there any testimony? There is no testimony. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second, LaFrance.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Any discussion on this item? Not seeing any discussion. Please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotow?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Cameron Perez Verdia?
Yes.
All right.
That item passes 10-0. We are now on item 14P, resolution number AR 2020-101, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of restaurant eating place liquor license number 5635 for Folina East, doing business as Folina Downtown, located at 137 West 5th Avenue, Anchorage, AK 99501, pending satisfaction of municipal requirements and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain actions. Public testimony is now open. Do we have anyone on this one? We do not. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second, LaFrance.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Okay. Please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotow?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
That item passes 10-0. We are now at item 14Q, resolution number AR 2020-102, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the State of Alaska application for the renewal of beverage dispensary liquor license number 4531 for Robert Alexander, doing business as Tri-Grill, located at 901 West 6th Avenue, Anchorage, AK 99502, and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action. Public testimony is now open.
Mr. Chair,
Madam Clerk, do we have, yes?
I don't know if it would be possible, but I believe we have two items for this licensee, and I might move that we continue, or combine the public hearings for both items. I'm sorry I didn't get this before, but they're the same people that would be interested in testifying. Did they ask to testify on both, Madam Clerk?
Through the chair, they weren't clear. They asked to testify on the LED liquor license renewal.
Right, and so if we might take them both up at once and then decide our course of action after.
There's actually three items.
Three?
It's Q, R, and S.
Okay.
Are there any issues for the clerk or for Mr. Gates? Are there any issues in combining public testimony on these three items?
I think that would be fine.
Great. Okay. So do you want to make that motion, Mr. Constant?
I move to combine the public hearings on items 14Q, R, and S.
Is there a second?
Second, Zolotow.
Okay. So we have combined public hearing on those three items. Is there any opposition to that motion? All right. Through unanimous consent, we're going to combine those public hearings. Madam Deputy Clerk, do we have anyone who wants to testify on these items?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have three, one of which is the applicant.
Okay.
So I'll start with Bridget Sanders.
Okay.
This is Bridget. Good evening, Ms. Sanders. You're on the phone line with the Anchorage Assembly.
Hello, Ms. Sanders. We are discussing the LED liquor license renewal. You'll have 3 minutes if you'd like to testify.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for your time tonight. My name is Bridget Sanders. My husband and I own a house across the street from the LED bar on 6th Avenue. We understand that the liquor license is up for renewal, and I am here to say that I hope that the decision ends in a denial. Since LED opened, the neighborhood has seen an increase in street violence, excessive noise coming from the bar, trash on our streets and in our neighboring yards, and drunken behavior outside of the bar until 4 a.m. and beyond. Between January and May of 2019, there were 4 gunfire incidents outside of LED bar and another gunfire incident 3 years ago, same location. My fellow neighbors and I have called the police and the noise complaint line several times, yet the disruption continues. Last January, the first shooting event of the year happened right outside LED at Bar Break, and unfortunately my home was featured on the front page of the Daily News as a backdrop to the police car with the suspect in the back seat and a bloody handprint on the vehicle. You may remember seeing that photo. Another incident several years ago also took place on the city sidewalk in front of my property with someone again getting shot. My tenant at the time had to clean up the blood from the sidewalk when she discovered it in the morning. This is my point. The Downtown Partnership, the council, the city government have been diligently working to improve the downtown core with improvements like pedestrian-friendly sidewalks and attractions, family-oriented events and shows, and have pioneered new construction with a focus on commercial space on ground level with residential above. In fact, it is my understanding that the city has given tax breaks and incentives to businesses who create additional residential housing in the downtown core. So having a troublesome bar like LED in the middle of this makes no sense for Anchorage and takes away the hard work already done. And let's not forget the LED bar sits in between 2 of our most prestigious hotels, the Captain Cook and the Marriott. So it's being kept awake till 4 a.m. with drunken nonsense and violence, the image that we want our tourists to take home with them. I think not. I ask you, please to consider the future of downtown, our goals as a city, and to not renew the license for troublesome bars. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony. All right, Madam Clerk, who else?
Next, we have Ms. Sue Reichman.
Okay.
Hello, Ms. Reichman. You are on the phone line with the Anchorage Assembly.
Hello, Ms. Reichman. We are currently discussing the LED liquor license. If you'd like to provide public testimony, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Sue Rickman. There is a negative land use impact with cars speeding and going the wrong way on one-way streets and in the parking lots. There have been drunk drivers and property damage. There is a negative impact with mind-numbing noise and pounding bass coming from the LED property and from the LED bar crowd outside. This is consistent noise that goes on for hours after midnight every weekend. Regarding public safety, there have been 4 gunfire incidents on one block during LED bar break in 2019. There's drunk drivers, there's underage youth outside, mixing in with an older bar crowd. There's violence against women, both young and old, the old being me, and numerous fights, both physical and verbal. Regarding public health, my health has been destroyed by the stress and angry adrenaline and the lack of sleep. I'm happy to share those details with a health official, but it's not public information. Also, the constant urination on neighboring properties, including door handles, and the stench that will no longer dissipate. It's disgusting. There is precedence of security being required at this location. In original documents, Platinum Jacks was to have additional security staff to monitor the area within a 6-block circumference. Unfortunately, it was never enforced. I'm asking for security between 5th and 7th and I and K, including the 3 parking lots and alleys for LED customers. We need permanent, consistent, and enforceable security. Under the conditional land use permit for alcohol use, there's a difference between a dining establishment with full beverage dispensing service and the use of a licensed premises as a dance club that has food service. LED is a nightclub opened after midnight. It is not a restaurant. The history of documentation brought up during the original licensing process for LED and Robert Alexander showed, I believe, that there was a lot of questionable activities. The current felony and misdemeanor charges against Robert Alexander add to that list. Robert Alexander took no responsibility during the so-called mediation meetings for his parking on private property or the noise coming from inside the club. Regarding the outside security, Robert Alexander is recorded saying that he does not care where his customers park and also that he does not want the liability. The neighbors don't want the liability either. The city shouldn't want the liability either of the bar crowd. He has previously stated that if the neighbors don't like it, they can move. I've lived in my home for 25 years. He rents where he is at.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't see any questions. Thank you for your testimony.
I can't really hear you very well.
Thank you for your testimony.
Next, you have Robert Alexander.
Okay. Did I get 5 minutes since they're the applicant? No.
Yes, I'm here.
Hello, Mr. Alexander. You're on the phone line with the Anchorage Assembly.
Thank you.
Mr. Alexander, we are currently doing public testimony on your item. You have 3 minutes to testify, but I also suggest staying close to your phone because I imagine if we debate this tonight, my colleagues will want to ask you questions. So, but for now, you have 3 minutes if you'd like to testify.
Yes, it's kind of, I'm not sure I can hear you that well. Can you?
We can hear you great. If you want to testify, you have 3 minutes.
Yes.
Go ahead. All right, we cannot hear you now. I'm not sure what changed.
I hear you talking. Should I start now?
Yeah, Mr. Alexander, I think you might want to pause the recording I hear going on in the background. There is a slight, yes, and there is a slight lag time on that, so you might want to mute that, and you would be able to hear us a little better.
Okay. Let me know when to start.
Go ahead, Mr. Alexander.
After nearly 5 years of operating with no alcohol violations, no complaints from the neighbors or government agencies until last summer, I received a notice from the downtown council, city council of noise complaint. I appeared in front of the council to include several people, neighbors, who were complaining, and we were to try to discuss arrangements to fix any problems at hand. I must say that most of what I heard from those people were not true, and I mentioned that at the meeting. In fact, 2 of the people I've never even seen before, or nor have they tried to contact me in those 5 years for issues that they were having. My attorney drafted a letter which was sent to Sue to stop the lies and to contact the people in the government agencies that she lied to tell them that the statements she said were not true. The council set forth several meetings for each of us to work on the issues at hand. After about 2 meetings or so, the people that were complaining stopped showing up to work out their complaints. So the council recommended a few steps for my company to follow, and of which I did. Until today, nearly 8 months ago, I haven't heard any complaints from anyone. This is a phony attempt from a few people who threw off their gloves with lies and their best attempt to stop me from conducting my business at that location. The last time I faced all the members from the assembly, which was probably not long ago, I was told of the good job that I was doing at that location. Council Lady Dunbar said something along these lines, is that the book was judged by its cover on me when I tried 6 years ago to get my license transferred to me. Members of the Assembly, with all respect, I said that to say this. Those two people who testify against my renewal this evening, if you looked at their cover, you might see good, but getting to know them, I would beg the difference.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. I have a question from Mr. Constant.
Thank you.
Yes.
Just a quick one. I have heard from the City Council a story that matches what I heard you state, but we received a video maybe 2 days ago or yesterday from a member of the public complaining about your business. Were you operating 2 days ago or in the last week?
Was I operated with the restaurant part? I operated the restaurant 2 days ago? Was Sunday? Sunday? No.
Late at night though, like when it's dark out.
The nightclub is the section that LED works is more of a nightclub, sort of say, and then the restaurant. So the nightclub hasn't been open for several weeks due to the mayor's decision to close. However, the restaurant part is open in the evenings for takeout deliveries. As she said, there isn't a restaurant. It's just another lie. Okay. But it was open for a couple hours from 3 to 6 p.m.
Okay, not at night. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton? Mr. Weddleton, do you have a question?
Thanks.
Yep.
Mr. Alexander, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Good. So one of the previous speakers said that, or hinted at that there's different kinds of liquor licenses, and you have a restaurant license, but you're a nightclub. What's the nature of your 3 licenses?
The state requires, if you have more than one bar, or actually where you have more than one well where you serve alcohol from, requires a separate license or a duplicate license from the original license. And so with that, we have 3 locations you can purchase alcohol beverages from, requiring the 3 licenses. If that makes sense to you.
So is there a difference between one? Are yours the kind of license that would go with a restaurant, or is yours the kind that would go to a bar?
Well, my understanding is it's one license, and the license, because the facility we can cook on either side. So there's a Tri-Grill, which was the restaurant, and then there's LED, which is more social, where people come and listen to music and party and dance, more of a nightclub. And so we cook at both areas, for both places. And so the license is, I believe, is under Tri-Grill, but because there's other locations under that premises that serves or wells or that serves beverages from each location, requires a license for each location.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Gates, you're in the queue.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Dean Gates. I wanted to speak to the type of licenses. These 3 licenses, they are tied together. They are all beverage dispensary licenses or duplicates, and that's not a restaurant eating place license. So the question about what type of licenses they are is answered by the type of license that the state has issued. So I just wanted to point that out. We are not looking at restaurant eating place licenses from the state that category isn't any of these three.
I am so sorry, sir. I did not hear what you were saying. The only thing I heard was you wanted me to point out something. It's
Mr. Alexander, he was
for some reason I can't
commenting
hear.
to us.
Mr. Alexander, that was our attorney, Mr. Gates. He was speaking primarily to Mr. Weddleton and the other assembly members. So I think it's okay.
All right, I appreciate that, Mr. Gates. That was helpful.
All right. Mr. Alexander, I don't have any other questions for you at this time, but like I said, you might want to hang around your phone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone else to testify on this item?
No, Mr. Chair, that concludes the testimony.
Okay. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
I would move to approve at this time.
Moved. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, this is Ms. Zalato. Can we just state which item we're actually on since we combined the public hearing for all three?
Yes. Right now we are on item 14Q, resolution number AR 2020-102, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the Tri-Grill liquor license. So 14Q. We have a motion to approve by Mr. Constant. Is there a second?
Second, LaFrance.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Any discussion on this item?
Yeah, I will briefly. This has been a very difficult conversation for the people who called in to testify. They contacted me and they contacted the Muni sometime several months ago, maybe 6 months ago, and asked what they can do to shut down this operation because they have problems with it. And so my standard message to people who communicate this to me is I really need you to work with your local community council because they are the best convener to talk about problems with liquor licenses before they come to us. And the Downtown Community Council, which is now continuing to meet its alcohol and marijuana committee, they ran a pretty robust process where they invited all of the parties to come in and kind of vet the problems and issues that are happening. And as you heard testimony from Mr. Alexander, I heard the same from the Downtown Community Council that the members who called in stopped participating, made assumption that the process was not to their liking, or I don't want to judge their reasons, but they stopped coming. So the Downtown Community Council has yet to weigh in on this because they had their meeting scheduled to be prepared for this hearing just as the COVID incident began, and they were unable to continue their meetings, and they won't have their meeting before. But they did produce a substantive record, and the substantive record didn't show a broad record of violations or harms that could be demonstrated in any way. And so at that point, I turned to APD, and I asked them this twice over the last 3 months, can you please dig in and find for me a record of problems that have been demonstrated by LED that show them to be any worse than their neighbor operations that are just operating without complaints. And I believe you all received emails, possibly twice, from Chief McCoy stating that APD has found no substantive problems with this operation. So despite the fact that we heard 2 years ago and that we hear again from these individuals that this operation isn't bad or isn't good, I just don't feel like we have a basis to make a complaint or a protest to AMCO that would be in any way not arbitrary, capricious, and unreasonable. And so it's difficult to suggest that we should just pass these, approve these, but I don't have any basis to make an argument otherwise, other than the testimony of two people who didn't work with the community council to establish a really clear record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any other discussion on this item? Did we get it? Yeah, we got a second. Okay. Any other discussion on this item?
Weddleton.
Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
So, I guess broadly, but particularly looking for feedback from Mr. Constant. So we did get quite a bit of information from 2 or 3 of the neighbors, and fairly consistent story. I mean, we saw some notes from, someone who had stayed at their B&B describing a scenario that the owner of the place that was fairly typical. And then we did see those videos. So, I mean, it does look like a ruckus outside bar scene. I mean, there is some credibility here that you've got kind of up against, an small but old neighborhood, a bar crowd that is probably behaving in a way that they shouldn't.
If I might, Joe, just the issue of the video really caught my attention because it was sent to us and it was supposedly the bar operation in the last 3 days. And to me, I asked the person who sent us the video, were they operating? Because that would be a real violation of our emergency orders right now, not just a violation of some social mores about being in a parking lot. And they aren't operating. And so the people who are outside of that operation can't be attributed to this license and its operation, but instead some other factors in the neighborhood. And so I had a hard time with that, and I didn't get a good answer other than they weren't open.
Okay. Mr. Welton, do you want to ask a follow-up?
Yeah, I saw those videos. I didn't have a recollection that they were from the last 3 days. I thought they were more of a historical, examples of videos that they've taken over a period of time. I mean, I may have missed that, though.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, having very recently gone through this experience of needing to collect and work with the community council to collect copious amounts of evidence, I do agree with Mr. Constant that there does not appear to be the type of evidence needed to impose restrictions, but rather I would hope that Mr. Alexander would work closely with the community council and the neighbors and continue to do so, and I'm thankful that he has been doing that. If Mr. Alexander is still on the phone, I would like him to speak just briefly to, I think, two issues that are of note to me in all of the emails that we've gotten on these set of licenses, which is speaking to security and noise. And it appears to be mainly around bar break time. If he's on the phone, that'd be great.
We'll call him.
I would make a quick correction while you're calling. I saw the video just now, and it actually isn't dated this week. I didn't see the response from the email. It was middle of March, after the closure, though.
Okay. Do we have?
Well, I'm looking. It says March 15. When was the closure? It was after that. That was.
I think it was March 12th, right?
12.
We're calling him now.
Hello, Mr. Alexander. You're back on the line with the Anchorage Assembly.
Mr. Alexander, one of my colleagues has a question for you. Mr. Rivera, could you please repeat that question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Alexander, for joining us so late at night. I just want to preface by saying that likely I will be supporting the renewals of your 3 licenses, but I do want to just highlight and raise the issues and concerns of noise and security that have come to our attention. And I think it's probably around bar break time. So I just want to let you chime in on those, sort of what are you doing now, and do you intend or plan on enhancing any of your operations when it comes to security or noise issues?
Didn't hear you. I probably heard about 50% of what you said, but it sounds like you asked something about security. And if so, I'm assuming I'll go ahead and address that. We do have security. We have security inside and outside. I have plenty of footage showing that. That footage was also given to the city council, the downtown city council. Videos that were shared with them due to the fact that Sue, the lady that lives in the alley there, the house, stated that we had no security. And so I provided that. And there's no way that we could operate this type of business without having security. It just doesn't happen. So it was just one more way to sway the difference with the, she's trying to get this license renewal denied. And I'm hoping that I answered your question.
And then, Mr. Chair, maybe you can help translate. Can you ask about the noise, please?
I'm sorry, Mr. Rivera. Could you restate your question again?
Yeah, if you could just ask about the other half of that, which is the noise issues.
I have to admit,
Sure.
Okay.
Sure, the noise issue. So, and honestly, where this came from. So last summer, and actually the last 2 years, on Sundays we do outside and on the patio we do an event, and it lasts for about 2 hours, maybe 2.5 hours, and it's normally over around 10 o'clock or maybe 11 o'clock, somewhere in that area. And so we 2 years ago we started it. There were no complaints of noise from the neighbors, and so this last year we decided to do it on Friday. We started to add a Friday on, so we would be doing Friday and Saturday. So apparently, before we even started, the neighbor must be reading our emails, or not our emails, our website, and went to complain about noise. So that's what generated the complaint. Now, again, 5 years went by. There's no complaints about noise, no complaints about these people peeing and all this other stuff. None. And so when I went to the assembly meeting, not the assembly meeting, the city council's meeting to address these problems that they were having, there were, it turned out to be more than a noise issue. And so Sue gathered a couple other neighbors to address this problem. Now, I have to remind you, some of you guys were not there, but 6 years ago, these same two people were crying out of not getting against me to get the liquor license transferred into my name. And so they're still on the same bandwagon. And so I just believe this noise issue was fixed. It was fixed. I went and bought a decibel meter, or whatever you can hear noises, and I provided the city council with information showing that I went and got that, and we were keeping below the noise level. And so now what I remember is after one of the meetings, the following meeting, one of the other persons that was complaining said, okay, well, we had no issues with noise anymore. So I haven't heard anything in 8 months. So there is no noise issue that I could say. Again, it's just their way. They just don't want a nightclub in their area. Period. That's their deal. And if you allow me to, this shooting that they're talking about in blood and stuff, I don't know anything about it. I have no idea about this blood that they're talking about. It must be on another day, like 3 days ago, that they said that something was, that there were issues. Must have been one of the days we weren't open. Because I don't know. I would love to see the proof.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. I'm good, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, I wanted to delve into what we heard were 4 shootings in front of the operation there, but is that Mr. Alexander says, if I get you correctly, you say that you're not aware of any?
Mr. Alexander, are you aware of any recent shootings near your establishment?
Say once more, because I didn't hear him well. I'm sorry.
Mr. Alexander, are you aware of any recent shootings near your establishment?
There was let's see here, Bridget mentioned a shooting that happened a couple of years ago. There was a shooting that happened up the street. having nothing to do with LED. The news media got a hold of that. Police department apparently had put out the wrong information. And so there was some information in the Daily News. There was some information on TV, which later was retracted, and they stated that, and I've gotten apologies from the Assembly that this had nothing to do with you. We're sorry that the information was put out wrong. Now, I'm going to sit here. I can't tell you that, people drink, and you're going to have these problems. It's rather it's a nightclub or a dining scene. Somebody, if they drink and they got a gun and they get into a fight, they're going to shoot. It's nothing to do with the location. So we don't get shootings all the time. Yes, we have had shootings. We had a shooting. But I don't remember a bunch of shootings, and I don't remember anybody getting shot at LED, at the bar break hours, or any of that having to do with LED.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Mr. Constant, you're in the queue.
Yeah, on the main motion, right? Or are we still in public testimony?
No, we closed public testimony.
Right, we're in the main motion. So
It's a move to approve. Yeah, there's no other motions on the floor.
So I'm just going to read this argument that there are all these shootings and whatnot, again, from Chief McCoy. Good afternoon. Our patrol commanders have reported that the calls for service at LED Lounge have not been excessive. We understand there are a few citizens who are extremely frustrated with the bar. However, we are not seeing significant issues from an APD perspective. Please continue to encourage them to immediately report criminal activity. And also, I have a report from the Downtown Community Council that details their meeting on 7/31/19 and 9/11/19, where they tried to work with all the parties, and Mr. Alexander showed up, and that's what the record shows.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there anyone else who would like to discuss this item?
A question for Mr. Constant.
Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
So, Chris, you had mentioned that the Downtown Community Council, they've been very involved with this, but we don't have any statement on it from them. Is that something we could get? We could postpone this till our next meeting, and I'd be interested in hearing their assessment.
So, no, their council doesn't meet again until next month, and they're going through the whole process of figuring out how to be effective. The Alcohol and Marijuana Committee of the Downtown Council, again, they just sent me this record, and the record, it's clear they've tried to do this mediation between the parties, and Mr. Alexander kept showing up, and the parties didn't. And so they don't have a communication that's been formalized by the body. They were positioned to make a recommendation to support, but COVID got in the way. And so in the next 2 weeks, they're not planning to meet on this topic.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton, Mr. Constant. Any other discussion on this item? What's this? Okay. All right, seeing none, please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton.
Yes.
Ms. Solotel.
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
Mr. Rivera.
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance.
Yes.
Mr. Peterson.
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia.
Cameron?
I'll mark him absent.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, that item passes 9-0. We are now on item 14R, resolution number AR 2020-103, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding State of Alaska application for the renewal of beverage dispensary duplicate liquor license number 4551 for Robert Alexander doing business as LED Ultra Lounge and Grill, located at 901 West 6th Avenue, Anchorage, 99502, and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action. We've already concluded the public testimony on this. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Who was that?
LaFrance.
Ms. LaFrance? Okay. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? Okay, hearing none, please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
So I'm being informed it was actually Ms. Zolotel who seconded that last one. That passes 9-0. We are now on item 14S, resolution number AR 2020-104, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the State of Alaska application for the renewal of beverage dispensary duplicate liquor license number 4552 for Robert Alexander, doing business as LED Ultra Lounge and Grill, located at 901 West 6th Avenue, Anchorage, AK 99502, and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action. Public testimony is already closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second. LaFrance.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Moved by Mr. Constant, second by Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Constant, you're in the queue.
Thank you. To any of the downtown liquor licenses, I would just suggest that the downtown community council's liquor or alcohol and marijuana committee runs a robust process, and I rely heavily on their opinion and their process because I can't run down all the details of every licensee in the downtown, which is quite concentrated. And I just would express on the record my thanks to that hardworking group of people who does a good job of culling through all of the reports and details of the downtown alcohol establishments. Thank you.
In the not-too-distant future, you'll have a running mate to help you with those different liquor licenses. Okay. Any other discussion on this item? Please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
The item passes 9-0. We have a few more items left to go. I'd ask for a motion to extend.
I would move to extend for 15 minutes.
Okay. Do you have a second?
Second. LaFrance.
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. Any opposition to the motion to extend for 15 minutes? All right, we'll go till 11:15. We're now on item 14U, resolution number AR 2020-106, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly. Oh, wait, I'm sorry.
We do T?
Yep, I'm sorry, I skipped T. We don't want to do that. Item 14T, resolution number AR 2020-105, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of restaurant eating place liquor license number 5150 for Yakitori LLC, doing business as Yakitori Sushi House, located at 2834 East Tudor Road, Suite B, Anchorage, AK 99502, pending satisfaction of municipal requirements, and authorize the municipal clerk to take certain action. Public testimony is now open. Madam Clerk, did we have anyone asked to testify on this? We did not. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second, Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Any discussion on this item? So desu ne. All right. Please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yakitori no kachi. That passes 9-0. Okay, we are now on item 14U, resolution number AR 2020-106, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of restaurant eating place liquor license number 4993 for Urban Sushi, LLC, doing business as Urban Sushi, located at 509 West 3rd Avenue, Suite 101, Anchorage, AK 99501, pending satisfaction of municipal requirements and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action. Public testimony is now open. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone who has to testify on this? We did not. Public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second, Weddleton.
Thank you. Moved and seconded. Any discussion on this item? All right. Please vote on this item.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Okay. That passes 9-0. We are now back to item 14M, ordinance number AO 2020-38, an ordinance repealing and amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21 Land Use Planning to bring the existing B2A, B2B, and B2C zoning districts from old code into current code Title 21, create a new Chapter 21 downtown, and amend other chapters as needed to address the downtown districts. Madam Clerk, do we have a motion on the floor?
Let me check, Mr. Chair.
Or are we in public testimony?
I think we...
We went through this.
Yep, I think we've got a... Nope, we just had a change the order of the day. And
Okay.
That's what we did.
Do we have any public testimony on this item? We do not. So public testimony is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Moved by Mr. Constant. Do we have a second?
Second, Rivera.
Second by Mr. Rivera. Discussion on this item.
Thank you. I have a slate of amendments.
We have a slate of amendments. Do we want to take those up tonight? The word slate is pretty ominous.
Let's just start, since we gave ourselves time.
Okay, we have two special orders and audience participation, but very well. Which one would you like to move?
Let's start with Constant Amendment 1. It just adds and ensures that artist work studios continue to be allowed in the downtown district. There was a really weird language change that was subtle. If you didn't pay attention, suddenly photo studios would not be allowed in the downtown. So it allows cottage crafts and such. So I would move Constant Amendment number 1.
Moves Constant Amendment number 1. Do we have a second?
It's 1A and 1B.
I only see a 1.
Yeah, if you look,
Section
1A.
1. I only see a 1. Yeah.
Okay, Chris, could you explain? You said there's a 1A and 1B?
Yeah, there's just two little sections where it changes it. It updates, amends the section that defines cottage crafts, and maybe it is too late to do this work.
It's up to you, Mr.
Yeah, this
Constant.
is nuts and bolts. We should probably start fresh. What do you think, Mr. Trudy? Roll with it? Okay. Why don't you come on up and help me with this? Because putting this into words after this long day, it just essentially allows photo studios and other art studios to continue to work in the downtown and be conforming.
So I got that, but in my packet we have amendment number 1. Where is 1A or 1B?
They're together. If you look, it's the text of the amendments, amendment number 1A and amendment number 1B.
Okay, so there's just one document, amendment number 1, and then within it there are two sections.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just the way they formatted the amendments.
Okay. Who is this? Mr. Peterson was the second. Okay, Mr. Schutte, do you want to explain this amendment?
These are pretty straightforward. Assemblymember Constant did a good job of laying out the rationale that was highlighted during the Our Downtown project. Just by way of summary, this is I like to call it a copy and paste job, taking old downtown code out of the previous version of Title 21 and pasting it into the new version, new format. There are not many changes to it from the transition, but this is one where there was concern raised that there might be an omission that could affect existing studios. So that's the point of 1AB.
Thank you, Mr. Schutte. Mr. Weddleton, you're in the queue.
Well, thanks. So, to both Chris's, and as Chris Schutte said, I think the goal here was really get it into the overall goal, get the downtown old code into new code format without really major changes to, or presumably any real changes into what it does. And there were a few. So this is one case, an artist work studio, but it's not allowed in current code. But there's some other, quite a number. So I read through it and I go, well, gosh, there's lots of that going on. But it's not carried over, and that's really for step 2. So are we jumping the gun, kind of adding things in now?
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, we don't believe so. We did a review of the existing uses in downtown as part of this project, and to the best of my knowledge, with this exception, they all should be compliant with even with the transition. This was one oversight that I think was worth highlighting, but other than that, there shouldn't be anybody that was left out.
And if I might, Mr. Chair, there's a subtle detail that was here. This was a language issue. The new code language, it was written a little more narrowly than the original code, and so the original code did allow it. The new code wouldn't if you looked at it too tightly, and so the point of being specific about it is because this use is occurring, and we don't want to create non-conforming uses out of current uses.
Okay. Are there any other questions or discussion regarding this amendment? All right. Please vote on this amendment.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yes.
Ms. Salatel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
That amendment passes 9-0. Is there any other discussion or amendments to this item? Mr. Constant?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Yes, amendment number 2, please. And the amendment number 2 similarly addresses and ensures that art galleries, as opposed to working studios, continue to be allowed in the downtown. Because of a narrow reading, you could construe that it wouldn't be allowed, and of course we wouldn't want to shut down art galleries in the downtown or make it more difficult for them to operate. And so this adds to the use table and to the definition of what these functions are.
Do we have a second?
Second. Weddleton.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton, you're in the queue.
Yeah, and another question here, and I mean, this is fine. It'd be really odd not to have art galleries and studios in downtown. So it's good to have it in there. But I'm curious, so there's a, why is there a definition here? Because you have this is a special chapter for downtown, but is this a different definition of an art gallery than we would have for the rest of Title 21?
I actually don't know that answer, Mr. Schutte.
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, you need to read the entire section of Amendment 2B in its entirety. So it's not only the definition of art gallery and studio, but also the corresponding use-specific standard that's applied in the downtown zoning districts. Does that help answer your question?
Well, maybe, just how does this match up with, do we have a definition of art gallery and studio in the rest of Title 21 in the normal definitions chapter?
Title 21, Chapter 11, sir, 050.
Oh, is that what this is? So this is 11.
Yes.
But, well, I thought 11 was the new downtown. Well, where's the definitions? I don't remember in Title 21. There's a whole chapter of them, right? 14 or something.
So I'll pull it up for you real quick.
It just, I mean, generally, if they're going to be the same, you wouldn't want it in Chapter 11. It would just default to whatever's in the normal.
Mr. Gates is in the queue. Perhaps he can shed some light on this. Mr. Gates?
Yes, thank you. I just did a search for the word art gallery throughout the whole code, and it's not in there anywhere in the current code. So it's new, and it appears to be new just to Chapter 2111 in a quick search.
Interesting. So could it just be retail? I mean, is that how we treat it now?
Mr. Schuette.
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, how do we treat it now? I'm not sure I understand your question. Can you restate it?
Well, there's other art galleries in Anchorage that are not in downtown. Blue Holloman on 36. I mean, their use is retail?
Yes, through the chair, that is correct.
So why would we have a special use for art gallery and studio? Why isn't that just retail like everywhere else?
If I might, that I can answer, and I'm not sure why these were divided into two pieces, but if you look at this definition, it says art galleries may also include art studios where any activities listed under the cottage crafts or instructional service use types may occur. Because in a retail environment, you aren't able to do fabrication, manufacturing, and other things by right. And so the nuance of this is that we do have art studios where people are making art that are galleries too. Again, for example, a photo studio. The studio, which is operated out of the garage where the parking authority is, that's a creative space that's also a gallery. And so the definition was expanded here so that it wouldn't cut those uses off that are actually creative uses, making things, as opposed to just showing things and selling things. It should have been all together in one. I'm not sure how it got broken into two.
Through the chair, if I may, supplement that, yes. Not the last point about the two amendments, but the point about the use of it. It's also important to remember that this is a definition and a use that's specific to the downtown zoning districts. Right. And to Mr. Constant's point, that was the purpose in having this amendment put forward.
Mr. Weddleton?
Yeah, I'm mulling it over. I mean, on the face of it, it's fine. I mean, our galleries are a nice thing. I just worry that, when we got in our situation, we had different definitions of a church or a religious assembly or whatever, and
Mr.
we want to avoid that.
That's exactly why this happened, is because I sat with that hat on and read the comparison of the old code to the new code and saw that in the new definition it was suddenly a form of retail, and it left out all of those uses that were other than retail, or a mix of retail plus some additional creative function. And so that was the exact frame that brought this question to the table.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions or discussion regarding this amendment? Not seeing any. Please vote on this amendment.
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Fred Rodriguez?
Yes.
Oh, that item passes 10-0, that amendment. We are now, actually, Mr. Constant, do you want to make any other amendments?
I have a number more, but we are running out of time.
So what would you like to do? What would anyone like to do? We are back to the main motion. Would anyone like to have a discussion or make a motion?
If we want to continue, I will continue with my amendments, but if we want to go home, we can come back to this in section 11 of our agenda at the next meeting.
We could postpone to the meeting of the 28th.
Mr. Constant is very disappointed.
No, I'm okay with that.
Is there a second?
Second.
So that was moved by Ms. Zalatel and
Quinn Davidson.
Seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Zalatel was the mover.
Yep. Any opposition to the motion to postpone until April 28th?
Weddleton says, soldier on. We got till midnight. We could get this done and have a clean slate. We don't have to get our minds wrapped around it, and we won't have to print another inch of paper next week or 2 weeks from now.
Okay. Is there any other discussion about the motion to postpone? We can't have unanimous consent, so let's vote on the motion to postpone.
Mr. Weddleton?
No.
Ms. Zolotov?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Rivera?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Fred Trevino?
Yes.
That motion passes 7-3. We'll have that back before us on the 28th. We are now, that concludes the public hearing items. We have 2 special orders on the agenda. First up, 15A, emergency ordinance number EO 2020-2, an emergency ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly enacting a mandate that during the COVID-19 public health emergency, individuals experiencing homelessness shall shelter overnight at designated locations or other overnight shelter, introduced by Ms. Assemblymember Zolotel. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Moved to, motion to postpone indefinitely from Member Zolotel, seconded by Member Constant. Any discussion of that motion? Ms. Zolotel, do you want to explain your motion?
Sure, Mr. Chair. It was mostly taken care of in the proposed hunker down order as explained to us earlier this evening. So there's no need to do this special order.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Not seeing any, ask for unanimous consent for the motion to postpone indefinitely. And is there any opposition? All right, that is postponed indefinitely. We now have Special Order 15B, Emergency Ordinance number EO 2020-3, an emergency ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly enacting restrictions on non-critical businesses and entities during the COVID-19 public health emergency and supplementing EO -03, the proclamation of emergency hunker down order issued by the mayor on March 20th, 2020. Assembly Vice Chair Weddleton and Assemblymember LaFrance. What is the will of the body?
Weddleton would like to recommend no one move it and it just dies a quiet death. Is that the quickest way to do this?
Yes. We're all wearing our ninja quiet death masks.
I will remain mute.
Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion? Hearing none, we'll move on and that will die. We are now to audience participation. Madam Clerk, did anyone ask to participate via phone?
Yes, Mr. Eugene Carl Haberman would like to participate.
All right, please give him a call.
Hello?
Mr. Haberman, you're on with the Anchorage Assembly for audience participation.
Mr. Haberman, you have 3 minutes starting now.
Okay. My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I follow the public process. When the public process done appropriately, a decision made by the governing body is more like public interest. Thank God there's only a few more minutes left of the meeting. What I'm going to say to you is concerned. You had certain items there, a lot of items there that were laid on the table. One of them that you combined with 3 of them laid on the table, and you had public comment, but how could you have public comments when it was laid on the table, and how could you schedule to call in and have the public speak? And when access to those items, it was toward the end, you had 3 combined items, letters, I couldn't help but notice the scenario is I tried to open them up, and I couldn't open up those documents. That's what's going on. You went through a whole mess of amendments. You can't see the information for the public. And you had some items that toward the beginning of the meeting was one dealing with face masks and stuff like that. A lot of this stuff was passed. Rules, copies of the papers for the public to see, and don't the public have a right to see that stuff? So the public's going blind to this meeting, and it's business as usual. But I'll say one thing in closing, which you're probably not going to expect. There's a lot of cost going out with dealing with this issue, but there was one thing we can all do. When I was young, my mother used to take care of me, and when I was sick, she would do one thing that stands out: open up the windows to get fresh air. What I'm saying to you all is, what kind of cost does it mean is just to open up the windows to get fresh air? Eastchester Post Office, I mentioned that to them. You know what they did? They opened up the doors so people are coming in and out, there's fresh air. I mentioned to Walgreens. I mentioned to Fred Meyer's. This is something that we can all do. Now, some of those businesses that are close to the public, but there are people inside there, government workers and so forth, all you have to do is open those windows, get some fresh air. And that includes municipal offices in downtown. Something simple like that would help all of us. And I close with that, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. At this point, is there a motion to extend so we can do assembly comments? If not, the meeting will end.
Mr. Chair, I just would ask folks who are here to gather at 6-foot intervals up at the front. Maybe we could take a picture of the masks for the folks who made them for us.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there a motion to extend? Hearing no motion, this meeting is adjourned.
It would be really great for us to send them a picture of you here every 6 feet. Thank you.